Whoa. Maybe I should upgrade all the roads here with bus. I can. I think it's drugs. What? What the fuck is that? What did he see? Why did he do that anyway? Peru. My god, he got captured. Hey, Pepot. Yeah, let's play later on. Why is she so mean? There's 6 lanes. Can I get one, two? There's still six. The difference. One, two, five. This. I get eight. Here's eight actually. I don't think it's a bit, is it? Is it? Is it not? No. Oh my god, they're gonna betray her. Damn. Wow. A very good. Wow. Mm. Oh my god. You're crying. Oh no. A very small train. Sparrowhawk. This is a very slow train. What kind of train is that's a bit faster than the previous one. Oh, it's a different. Hmm. Is this like what is this? Can I make it one way though? So they come out here. Yeah. I think I can make it one way. The other way. Like that. Or should it be in the other way? Or should it be bus? Yeah, I think it should be bus. Okay. Why is it boulevard though? Boulevard. Oh my god, I made a mistake again. I guess I think I should change this to yeah, I think I made a mistake. Sorry train, sorry trains. Oh my god, trains. They're like floating now. I think I should make no this one a monorail. A monorail. Mm. Oh my god. That was me. Ay, This is not working. I don't know what I'm doing. So people are taken to this area, right? And then they ride. This would be one here, here. One here, one here, one here, and then one here. Center. Given. So that they can use the tram. Okay, is it done? Oh my god, I didn't know. Is it Loki? It looks like Loki. Lou?
Decide who lives and who dies.
Shouldn't there be a war first?
The giants are still here. They are destroying the world, and no one has taken up the fight against them yet.
There's something sick about this town.
She saw something up on the glacier. We agree that there hasn't been one like him for a
Você e, na prática, toda a sua geração, vocês cresceram dentro do sistema.
Baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine-tooth comb. I was soft inside, there was something going on. You do something to me that I can't explain. Hold me closer and I feel no pain. Every beat of my heart, we got something going on. Tender love is blind, it requires a dedication. All this love we feel needs no conversation. We ride it together, making love with each other, Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between, how can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we'll rely on each other, from one lover to another,
I can't live without you if the love was gone. Everything means nothing if you got no one. And when you walk in the night, slowly losing sight of the real thing. But that won't happen to us, and we got no doubt. Too deep in love and we got no way out. And the message is clear, this could be the year for the real thing. No more will you cry, baby, I will hurt you never. We start and end as one in love forever. We can ride it together, making love with each other, Islands in the stream, that is what we are. No one in between, how can we be wrong? Sail away with me to another world, and we'll rely on each other, from one lover to another, Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Creepy, cozy time. So, I found this page.
In the previous episode of our series on Ottoman history, we covered the beginning of the war between the Ottomans and the Holy League, and the conquest of Cyprus by the generals of Sultan Selim II. But that wasn't the end of the war. The Ottomans, inspired by a relatively easy takeover of the crucial island, were planning campaigns in the heart of the Mediterranean, which led to the iconic Battle of Lepanto. Cyprus now belonged to the Ottomans, though it would be 2 months before news of Famagusta's fall reached the Holy League. Despite the fact that the alliance with Spain had allowed Venice to purchase grain from Spanish Sicily cheaply, this source simply could not cover losing access to the produce of Egypt, and famine choked their maritime empire. They hoped that Sokolu Mehmed Pasha, who had long collected bribes from Venice, might help, but the vizier's influence was at an all-time low, so this hope was misplaced. In 1571, the Ottoman fleets roamed with impunity, mercilessly raiding Venetian islands on the Ionian Sea, setting the stage for the battle both sides had been hoping for in the previous year. The Ottomans sought to consolidate their conquests in the Balkans with the capture of Cattaro in northern Dalmatia before the end of the campaign season, but were forced to withdraw after a short failed siege. Their fleet initially took shelter in Greece from the coming winter storms, but an order received on September 9th from Sokolu Mehmed Pasha in Constantinople ordered it back to sea. Sokolu Mehmed Pasha wished Cattaro taken immediately. The fleet would winter not at Lepanto, but at Cattaro. There was only one problem. The Holy League fleet had not been idle, and had pursued Ulucali's raiders from the North Adriatic to Greece. By the time Sokolu Mehmed Pasha's order arrived, the Holy League fleet had reached Otranto and stood between the Ottomans and their destination. If the fleet was to reach Cattaro, it would need to overcome the 206 galleys and 6 heavy Venetian galleasses of the combined fleet. one of the largest navies assembled since antiquity. However, while seeking battle had not been his initial intent, Muhsin Ali Pasha was confident. His fleet was larger, at 278 ships to 212, and thus far the Ottomans had been victorious in nearly every major naval battle they had participated in. In addition, Captain Karakodja, another raider, had misreported the Holy League fleet as being much smaller than its true size after his reconnaissance. The Ottomans began to mobilize soldiers and rowers to replace those that had departed, with confusing and contradictory orders costing them most of a month. By the 3rd of October, as the Ottoman ships remained in port, the Holy League fleet reached Kefalonia. On the 6th, they scouted out the Ottoman fleet and left Kefalonia for the Kutsalari Islands. On the 7th, as the Ottoman fleet sought to leave the Gulf of Patras for the open sea, the two fleets came together in what would be immortalized as the Battle of Lepanto. In the center of the Holy League fleet was Don Juan's flagship La Real, nearly half again as long as an average galley at 60 meters. The center was where the Holy League was strongest, with 24 of the larger western galleys backing Don Juan, and with the large but slow Venetian galleasses arranged ahead of the fleet to bombard the approaching Ottomans. Not counting the galleasses, the Holy League center counted 66 ships, the strongest of the three detachments. However, they also faced off against a very strong Ottoman center, with Muhsin Ali's flagship, the Sultana, leading the Great Turkish Armada. As Muhsin was more of a land commander and lacked the disgraced Piali Pasha's naval skill, he had concentrated much of the Ottoman strength, 87 ships, in a double center line, rather than taking advantage of his larger fleet to outflank the Christians. The 54-ship left wing of the Holy League fleet was primarily comprised of smaller Venetian line galleys under the command of Barbarigo, the Venetian quartermaster general of the sea. Mehmet Sirocco, the Bey of Alexandria, faced him on the Ottoman right. Sirocco had positioned his ships in an arc to better flank the Christians. However, with only 58 ships, his command was much smaller than the center or the Ottoman left under Ulucali, meaning his arc stretched the single line of galleys worryingly thin. The Holy League right, finally, was under the command of Gian Andrea Doria and counted 50 ships. This theatre of battle most favoured the Ottomans. Ulucali had brought a sizable fleet of corsairs with him from Algiers to add to the regular Ottoman navy, leaving his wing greatly oversized at 101 ships. In preparation, both commanders led their flagships in prayer, before a crucifix on La Real and an ornate Sufi banner on Sultana. Muhsin Ali Pasha also addressed the rowing slaves before battle was joined, promising them freedom if the Ottomans should be victorious. Finally, the silence of the two fleets was broken by a cannon firing from Sultana. Though well out of range, the noise carried to the Holy League fleet, and its meaning was clear. The battle had begun. When the battle was joined, the wind was blowing from the east, spurring the Ottoman ships forward to meet the Holy League. The four galleasses ahead of the Christian center, slow and heavy ships normally used in defensive operations, fired several powerful volleys into the Ottoman fleet as it approached, sinking several galleys, while the lighter guns of the Ottoman ships remained fairly ineffectual. The much higher decks of a galleass also made it difficult to board, negating the Ottoman numbers advantage as the Ottoman fleet swarmed around the larger ships. However, despite their intimidating size, the role the galleasses played in the larger battle is questionable. Early in the battle, the wind shifted, eventually carrying the clumsy galleasses past the parted Ottoman lines, after which they were hardly in a position to participate. On the Holy League's left, Mehmet Sirocco led his smaller galleys in a daring flanking action. Though this arm of the battle was close up against the shore, The shallower draft of the Ottoman galleys allowed them to safely traverse the sandbars to get around their Christian opponents. With greater numbers, this tactic might have been effective. However, 4 ships of the Holy League vanguard were quick to reinforce Barbarigo's contingent, quickly followed by another 9 ships from the reserve. This tilted the numbers in favour of the Christians, and Sirocco's ships, spread thin, found themselves surrounded and overwhelmed individually. Cut off from the rest of the Ottoman fleet, the Ottoman right was now trapped between the reinforcing Christian ships and the shore. The fighting was brutal though, and with fewer of the professional Spanish tercio on this Venetian-dominated flank, it was very costly for both sides. Barbarigo fell to an arrow through the eye as he raised his helmet's visor to shout orders over the din. Marino Contarini, his nephew and part of the reinforcing vanguard, fell not long after, though not before crippling Sirocco's flagship. But their deaths did not go unanswered long. Another of their kinsmen, Giovanni Contarini, sank Sirocco's flagship, plucked the injured captain from the water, and executed him by beheading as the Ottoman right wing routed. In the centre, Mu'azzin-Zadi Ali Pasha brought his flagship straight on to grapple with Larial. This mentality, akin to an honourable battlefield duel, was unfortunately unsuited to the realities of this brutal naval combat. The collision of Larial and Sultana marked the beginning of one of the bloodiest engagements in the whole battle, as several galleys from each side pulled up along the stricken flagships to unload their soldiers into the fighting. However, despite the skill and bravery of the Ottoman soldiers, the Spanish and Genoese tercio infantry were better suited to the battle at hand. The final nail in the Ottoman coffin was that, similarly to the battle by the shore, many of the ships of the Ottoman centre had split from formation to find gaps in the Holy League lines in an attempted envelopment. But without sufficient numbers, a tactic such as this merely allowed the foremost ships to be overwhelmed in detail. Had the battle in the centre lasted long enough for Ulucali to break the outnumbered Christian left, the day might still have been won for the Ottomans. But after 2 hours of heavy fighting, Mu'azzin-Zada Ali lay dead, Sultana captured, and the exquisite Ottoman banner had been made a trophy on Larial. The Holy League's right, led by Gian Andrea Doria, had the most difficult task of all. They faced an enemy that outnumbered them 2 to 1, led by one of the most talented Ottoman admirals at Lepanto. Here, Christian losses were severe, with no survivors on several galleys and terrible casualties throughout the outnumbered fleet. Battle was joined later here than in the centre, and Sultana and Larial were already locked in battle when Doria engaged. But while the Venetian chroniclers would vilify Doria for his cautious approach to the battle, the Genoese and Spanish galleys, as well as a small contingent of Maltese galleys that helped check Ulucali's advance, performed far better than their Venetian counterparts in the frantic fighting. In addition, as the Ottoman goal was for the oversized left to break through and flank the Holy League's centre, every delay was to the advantage of the Christian fleet. When the fleets met, the outer Venetian squadron broke and scattered. Unfortunately for the Ottomans, by this time the battles in the north and centre were essentially won for the Holy League, and as Ulucali broke through the Christian lines to loop around behind the centre, he saw that numerous galleys, including the Larial, were now bearing down on him. Even worse, with the wind blowing from the west, 30 of his ships that still remained mobile and unengaged were now trapped. 8 managed to escape, including Ulucali, rowing hard into the wind with the Christians pursuing. Behind them lay the wreckage of what had yesterday been the most formidable fleet in the Mediterranean, as surrounded ships and pockets of Ottoman resistance were wiped out or surrendered. Uluc would manage to round up the rest of the escaped Ottoman ships and would return to Constantinople with 87 in total, but most of the great Ottoman armada was destroyed or captured in the span of 4 brutal hours. The Holy League's victory can be explained by a number of sizable advantages they had. The Ottoman fleet was equipped for an amphibious assault, and the Holy League fleet held an almost 2-for-1 advantage in guns. The carnage of Lepanto was gruesome and terrible. Even for the victorious Holy League, the battle had been bloody, with over 8,000 dead. The Venetians had suffered the worst casualties, and had brought the largest fleet to Lepanto. On the Ottoman side, some modern estimates run as high as 40,000 dead outright. Lepanto had been one of the bloodiest battles of the era. When news of the victory at Lepanto reached Christian Europe, it was met with shock and elation. The scale of the victory gave new weight and importance to Pius V and the papacy, giving hopes that the perpetual Holy League signed in May might finally turn back the Ottoman conquests in Europe. Lepanto was immortalized in poetry and painting as the pivotal battle of Islam against Christianity. But for all the glory Lepanto brought, its actual impact on history was not immediately seen, as the Holy League failed to follow up on their victory. 2 years later, the death of Pius V caused Venice to sue for peace, and for the League to dissolve. Venice lost Cyprus and was forced to pay a war indemnity. Our series on Ottoman history will continue, so make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have pressed the bell button. We would like to express our gratitude to our Patreon supporters and channel members who make the creation of our videos possible. Now you can also support us by buying our merchandise via the link in the description. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one. One of the most persistent opponents the Ottomans had met on their quest to take over the Mediterranean was the Republic of Venice, as the two realms fought for centuries, vying for naval dominance in the region. Cyprus became one of the most important locations in this rivalry, and the new Sultan Selim II was eager to conquer it. Shout out to Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video. Raid Shadow Legends is epic dark fantasy done right, and if you haven't played it before, it's the right time to start. Raid is finally available for PC and Mac. Raid on PC has the great core gameplay of the mobile version, but with a ton of extra graphical goodies. There are lots of cool animations and control customizations for ease of play. The difference is really noticeable. Best of all, it is available in cross-platform, so when you install the game on your PC, you can continue playing on mobile devices. The install and registration are really smooth and take minutes, and you don't need a super powerful machine to enjoy high speed and good graphics. Collect over 400 champions, among them our favourite Royal Huntsman because of its badass look and gameplay style. Oh, and best of all, this game is free to download and play. You can start playing right now by hitting the link in the description. Don't forget to look us up under the nickname Red Phoenix 2019. Make sure to do it there to get 50,000 free silver and a free epic champion as part of the new player program. Immediately upon his succession, Selim II, already considered weak, faced the Janissary mutiny. They were demanding additional pay and privileges before the new sultan would even be allowed into Constantinople. Such salary raises were traditional, but Selim's inability to bring them to heel was an inauspicious beginning to his reign. It was the powerful Grand Vizier Sokolu Mehmed Pasha who opened the treasury to the Janissary corps and quietened their mutiny. Though the Ottoman army remained the most powerful in Europe, Selim's weak leadership and the strong fortifications of northern Hungary made a continuation of his father's campaign a near impossibility. On the seas, constant raiding continued as freebooting Muslim and Christian captains sought to make their fortunes by ransom and slavery. Though North African corsairs like Dragut are the best known, it was by no means a one-sided affair. The Knights Hospitaller launched constant pirate raids into the eastern Mediterranean from Malta. They primarily targeted Ottoman shipping, but also showed a willingness to prey on their fellow Christians. The Spanish, the French, and the various Italian powers clashed with each other and the North African corsairs in the western Mediterranean. The most critical location of this period was Cyprus, one of the crown jewels of the Venetian maritime empire. In close proximity to the Ottoman heartland of Asia Minor and the rich territories of Egypt and Syria, Cyprus was one of the most prominent pirate havens in the entire Mediterranean. The population was predominantly Greek Orthodox, and relations were far from friendly between the Cypriots and their Latin overlords. Cyprus boasted several strong forts, and the Venetians maintained large garrisons in cities such as Famagusta and Nicosia, but they had been very lax in maintaining and upgrading these fortifications in comparison to the Hospitallers, who had turned the Ottomans back from Malta in 1565. For the Ottomans, the Mediterranean was at the heart of their vast domain, and the pirate raids on Ottoman merchant shipping were becoming intolerable. Though Venice had been paying the Ottomans a hefty annual tribute of 150,000 ducats to maintain their rulership of Cyprus, it was clear that this state of affairs could not continue forever. Selim was also slow to react to the rebellion of the Moriscos, recently baptized Christians of Muslim origin in southern Spain, that started in 1568. The only actions taken against Spain were small conquests in Tunis by Ulugh Bey Bey of Algiers, who helped supply the Moriscos, as well as bringing his own forces against those of the Spanish puppet sultan. Ulugh acted with near complete autonomy, however, and Ottoman control over their African vassals was growing weaker. Similarly, the Ottomans failed to check the upstart Kingdom of Russia's expansion through the Don and Volga rivers. The Ottomans had in the past supported the Grand Principality of Muscovy as a check against the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, but now this was coming back to haunt them, and an attempt to link the two rivers by a canal to strengthen the position of the Ottomans and their Crimean Tatar allies in the region was turned back by the Russians in 1570. Selim was quick to blame this failure on Sokolu Mehmed Pasha, temporarily weakening the vizier's influence. Selim needed a victory to solidify his reign, and with Sokolu Mehmed disgraced by the defeat against Russia, Selim fell under the influence of Joseph Nasi, a wealthy Sephardic Jew of Portuguese origin whose family had settled in the Ottoman Empire after being forced out of the Iberian Peninsula. His ascension in the Ottoman court had been meteoric. After Selim's reign began, he was quickly made Duke of Naxos and Count of Andros and Paros, but Joseph dreamed of ruling as a new king of Cyprus under an Ottoman wing. Nasi wished for the Ottomans to seize Cyprus from Venice, and as the Islamic clergy also demanded he stop the piracy, Selim was easily convinced. In February of 1570, Venetian merchants began to note the rapid construction of galleys all over Asia Minor and Syria, and on the 25th of March, Selim's ultimatum reached Venice, demanding Cyprus be given to the Ottoman Empire. There was more at stake for Venice than just Cyprus, as it also held territory in Dalmatia and Albania, as well as several Greek islands. The Ottomans were also Venice's most important trading partner, and a long war would threaten Italian supplies and trade. However, the pro-war party in Venice won the day, and the fateful decision was made to fight rather than surrender Cyprus. Knowing that they would be unable to stand up to the Ottomans alone, the Venetian Doge Pietro Loredan immediately set about gathering allies, petitioning Pope Pius V to intercede on their behalf for an alliance with Habsburg Spain. With Cyprus under threat, Pius opened the coffers of the Papal State, sending 100,000 ducats to support the Venetian war effort. Philip II of Spain, whose naval defense against the Ottomans in the western Mediterranean relied on papal subsidies as much as Venice did, was quick to agree as well. Though they were still more concerned about Ulugh Ali's conquest of Tunis than the affairs of Cyprus, they pledged their fleet to the Allied war effort under the command of Philip II's bastard half-brother, Don Juan de Austria. Genoa, still stinging from the recent loss of Chios, also pledged their fleet to the defense of their rival Venice under the command of Giovanni Andrea Doria. Giovanni had been the commander of the Christian fleet defeated at Jerba a decade earlier, but this new Holy League would give him a fresh opportunity to square off against Piale Pasha. Urbino, Parma, Savoy, Tuscany and the Knights of Malta also joined as minor participants, though none contributed more than 5 galleys to the Allied fleet. As impressive as this new league appeared, its mobilization would be slow, and it would fall on Venice to stem the initial Turkish advance. The Venetian navy, largest of the Holy League participants, put to sea with a strength of 80 galleys under Captain General Gerolimo Zanne on the 30th of March, but 2 short weeks later was crippled by a disease outbreak off Zara. It would be 2 months before rowers and soldiers could be assembled or press-ganged to get the Venetian force in motion again. While Zanne was immobilized, Piale Pasha and the overall commander of the Ottoman fleet, Muezzinzadeh Ali Pasha, sailed from Constantinople to Phoenice, then brought their combined fleet of 140 galleys, 30 galleots and 170 transports to Cyprus. On those ships were 6,000 elite janissaries, 12,000 Sipahi cavalry and 14,000 volunteer soldiers and sailors, the overwhelming first wave for the Cyprus campaign. As Uluç Ali's galleots ambushed and defeated the Maltese contingent, and the stricken Venetian fleet regrouped at Corfu, Ottoman land commander Lala Mustafa made landfall on July 1st with the siege of Nicosia, the capital and best defended city in Cyprus, beginning 3 weeks later on the 22nd. The Holy League had been too late to prevent the Ottoman landing. Holding Cyprus would now fall to the Venetian and Albanian land forces. Nicosia was the center of the defense of Cyprus, and boasting the most modern fortifications and largest garrison on the island, it should have been a formidable obstacle for Lala Mustafa's army. Unfortunately for the Venetians, its defense fell to Niccolo Dandolo, an inexperienced and remarkably talentless commander. Dandolo's defense was entirely static, with no attempts made to either disrupt or delay the Turkish siege works. Despite the large contingent of fearsome Albanian Stradiot cavalry under his command, he allowed the Ottomans to disembark their army and siege equipment from their ships to the shore and surround Nicosia without a single sortie launched. The only appreciable defensive preparations Dandolo took were surrounding himself with a bodyguard of pikemen. Having failed to inspire confidence in the Venetian soldiers or loyalty among the native Cypriots, Dandolo's clumsy defense of Nicosia lasted a mere month and a half, with the Ottoman army ever swelling with reinforcements from Anatolia. On the 9th of September, the Venetian walls were breached and the city fell shortly after. Dandolo and the rest of the Venetian defenders were put to the sword, and the looting of the rich city began. By some accounts, the most profitable plundering since the fall of Constantinople. With Nicosia's fall, most of the forts of Cyprus surrendered without resistance to the Ottomans, revealing just how weak the Venetian hold on the island was. The only remaining holdout was the port of Famagusta, under the command of Governor Astori Baglioni and General Marco Bragadino. In contrast to Dandolo, Baglioni had set upon a long overdue defensive upgrade of Famagusta's fortifications immediately after his arrival in May. The wealth of Nicosia bought him some time, as many of the Sipahi and Janissaries abandoned the campaign to return home with their plunder. The volunteers that flocked to replace them, lured by promises of plunder, lacked their discipline and training, and were slow to leave the looting of Nicosia to besiege this holdout port upon which all of Venice's hopes lay. At sea, the Venetian fleet was showing little more determination than Dandolo's defense of Nicosia. Some minor raids in the Ottoman Cyclades did help disrupt the Ottoman campaign on Cyprus, but patrician hierarchy had placed the talentless Barbarigo in command of the navy over the capable Quirini. the combined Holy League was slowly assembling at Crete, and the Venetians naturally advocated for the immediate relief of Cyprus, while the Genoese and Spanish felt that to do so would be suicidal folly. Thus, when the campaigning season of 1570 came to an end, and both the Christian and Ottoman fleets returned to their ports, the new Holy League had little to show for the year. The Ottomans were faced with some problems of their own. For choosing to return to Constantinople with his treasure instead of pursuing the Christians to Crete, Piale Pasha, the most experienced Ottoman admiral, was disgraced and his command was revoked. 1571 would be the deciding year for both sides. Famagusta remained besieged throughout the winter, though the Ottoman army had dwindled enough on the off-season to make an assault impossible even against Famagusta's outdated medieval walls. Towards the end of January, Carini did manage to bring a relief force of soldiers and supplies to Famagusta from Crete, in the process destroying an Ottoman battery and 3 galleys as the Ottoman army celebrated the beginning of Ramadan. He also captured a pilgrim ship and another carrying reinforcements. The soldiers were towed to Crete, where their passengers would become rowing slaves for the undermanned Venetian navy, but he left the pilgrims with Bragadino as hostages, a decision that would have great impact later. The campaign began again in earnest in early April. Muezzin Zada Ali returned to Cyprus with new volunteers, drawn by the vast wealth carried off from Nicosia. Ulucali, ever the freebooter, continued raiding his way through the Ionian Isles from the Strophides to Modon before joining the fleet at Cyprus in May. On the Christian side, military developments were slow. To encourage cooperation between the allies, Don Juan was placed in overall command, creating a clearer command structure for the disorganized armada. Meanwhile, in Famagusta, Baglioni was ferociously defending with his comparatively small force of 9,000. There are a number of reasons why Famagusta proved so much more costly to take than the more fortified and better manned Nicosia. First and foremost, Baglioni sent out numerous devastating sorties, slaughtering Ottoman gun crews and burning siege works. The Albanian cavalry was used to their full deadly effect, wreaking havoc on the Ottoman besiegers. In addition, Baglioni was able to inspire the loyalty of the city's native Cypriot population, while Dandolo had been seen with nothing but hatred. Baglioni led several attacks himself, in one case being challenged to single combat by an Ottoman officer. Mortally injuring the man, he then had him brought back inside the walls to be paraded before the defenders. However, as heroic as this defense might have been, it was ultimately futile. The hills and gardens to the south of Famagusta gave a commanding position for the main Ottoman camp and a clear line of fire for the punishing batteries of heavy guns. By May 19th, Ottoman siege trenches had fully encircled the city. On the 21st and 29th of May, huge mines were set off beneath the walls by Ottoman sappers, and though each assault was beaten back with heavy losses, the defenders were dwindling rapidly. Lala Mustafa gave terms for surrender, thinking the siege all but won. However, against all expectations, the city still held throughout the month of June and into mid-July, by which time the Ottomans were making assaults through the shattered walls almost daily. On the 9th of July, a section of the southern wall was toppled by a Venetian mine that detonated prematurely, killing Turks and Venetians both as it collapsed amid a fierce Ottoman assault. Finally, on the 1st of August, the stubborn Bragadino, who had left the defense largely to Baglioni but remained in command, raised the white flag above Famagusta. Before doing so, however, he made one last spiteful act of resistance, having the pilgrim hostages executed and Famagusta's stocks of food, ammunition and valuable cotton burned to deny their use to the Ottomans. The Ottoman army had suffered severely in the taking of Famagusta, and as Lala Mustafa's earlier offers of terms had been refused, tensions were high. However, he still offered fairly favourable terms. The remaining 500 or so Venetians could leave the city under their own flag, and the Cypriot inhabitants could either leave immediately, or if they found Ottoman rule harsher than Venetian, within 2 years of the city's surrender. For the first 4 days, the evacuation of the defenders went smoothly enough. However, the terms he had offered, and that Bragadino had accepted, required the safe return of the pilgrims that had been so recently slaughtered. When they were not forthcoming, Bragadino himself was summoned to the Ottoman encampment on August 5th. During the short discussions, Bragadino was questioned about the pilgrims and the stores of Famagusta, with Mustafa finally flying into a violent rage when the truth came out. Some have suggested that this was a ruse, that Mustafa had known of the pilgrims' fate already and simply sought an excuse to plunder the city. Others record this as genuine shock and rage at Bragadino's actions. Whatever the motivation, Bragadino's ears and nose were cut off, he was imprisoned and then executed. This was accompanied by a general massacre and the uncontrolled plundering of the captured city. Cyprus was now under Ottoman control, but that was hardly the end of the war. The Battle of Lepanto will be covered next in this series, so make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have pressed the bell button. We would like to express our gratitude to our Patreon supporters and channel members who make the creation of our videos possible. Now you can also support us by buying our merchandise via the link in the description. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one. The year was 1526, and the Ottoman Empire had wiped their once mighty Hungarian foes off the map. The Catholic world looked on in suspense as the ambitious Sultan Suleiman and his elite janissaries pushed deeper into Europe than any Islamic empire ever had. But as they expanded westwards, they encountered another formidable opponent, the Habsburg dynasty of Austria. The struggle between these two powers would soon escalate, and resulted in a Turkish army pointed at the heart of the Holy Roman Empire. Welcome to our video on the First Ottoman Siege of Vienna, the zenith of Suleiman's European conquests. With the Ottoman victory at Mohacs, the Hungarian army was annihilated and its government decapitated. King Louis II had perished in the battle, and with him sunk the future of his kingdom. A power vacuum engulfed Hungary, and in its wake, two claimants to the throne arose. In late 1526, the native aristocrat John Zapoya was elected by the Hungarian lower gentry. The following year, the higher nobility elected Ferdinand I, the Archduke of Austria and brother of Charles V, King of Germany and inheritor of the Habsburg monarchy. Ferdinand was quick to act, sweeping in to establish control over the northwestern territories of the kingdom, establishing a capital in Poznosy. Meanwhile, Zapoya consolidated himself in Transylvania. He knew that he would need support against his Austrian rivals and their powerful Habsburg allies, and thus had no choice but to turn to Suleiman. The Hungarian would-be king and his rump state became a vassal territory of the Sultan. Ferdinand asserted his claim to the throne by launching a military campaign into the Hungarian heartland at the head of an army of 18,000 German mercenaries. Zapoya found himself bogged down in a Slavonic peasant uprising in his southern territories and was taken by surprise when Ferdinand took the city of Buda with little resistance. He quickly rallied a force of 7,000 men, mostly Hungarians, Transylvanians and Serbs, and marched out to meet the German host. In the fall of 1527, Ferdinand decisively defeated Zapoya at the Battle of Tarzal. The Austrian Archduke followed up his success by smashing Zapoya yet again the following spring at the Battle of Zena. By the end of his campaign, Ferdinand and his mercenaries had seized control over much of the Hungarian heartland, and his claim to the throne of Hungary was looking ever more solidified. Sepoya had fled to Poland, licking his wounds. From there, he sent desperate correspondences to Suleiman, beseeching his suzerain to intervene and drive the Germans out of Hungary on his behalf. The Sultan was quick to respond. In the spring of 1529, campaigning season had begun once again, and the Ottomans started mustering a massive army in Bulgaria, comprised of 125,000 men and 20,000 camels, and significant amounts of cannons. As always, the Turkish army included soldiers of all the empire's Christian and Muslim ethnic groups. Suleiman's colossal army began its northward march, but it was not without hardship. The spring rains bucketed down, turning the dirt to mud. Many Ottoman cannons had to be abandoned. The camels, too, not used to the soaking conditions, began to perish en masse. By the 18th of August, the Ottoman army had returned to the Mohacs plain. Sepoya was sitting there with a host of 6,000 Hungarian cavalrymen and joined forces with his overlord. Despite the hardships, the Ottomans swept through Hungary like a tidal wave, dismantling Ferdinand's gains town by town, most of which put up little to no resistance. On the 8th of September, Suleiman seized the capital of Buda and placed it firmly in the hands of John Sepoya. Suleiman then continued to assert his dominance. In the following weeks he conquered Gran, Tata, Komaram and Rab, delivering blow after blow to the Habsburgs. European sources claim that the Ottomans laid a path of destruction behind them, murdering and pillaging as they marched onwards, committing numerous atrocities. The Sultan's campaign had brought him within striking distance of the heart of his great enemy, and thus the Ottoman Sultan marched his armies past the Hungarian border and into Austrian territory towards Vienna. The trek was arduous, and the torrential downpour continued to torment the troops. Ottoman sources claim that yet more horses and camels were swept away by the water. Many men drowned in the river, while more were forced to climb onto trees and spend 2 days and nights there to avoid being washed away. By now, Western Europe had become more and more aware of the existential threat the Turks posed. The reformer Martin Luther, who previously had been against resisting the Ottomans, now published a book compelling the Habsburg crown to defend the empire from Suleiman's expansion, in which he stated, "It is a fact that the Turk is at our throat, and even if he does not will to march against us this year, yet he is there, armed and ready any hour to attack us." Christendom was aware that a strike upon Vienna was likely. The city would not be taken by surprise. Knowing that an army encroached upon their city, Ferdinand had fled and taken refuge in Bohemia. The Viennese population was left leaderless, but began mustering a rabble militia, made up mostly of peasant farmers ready to defend their home. Fortunately for the defenders, Emperor Charles V sent a contingent of 17,000 mercenaries to defend the city. This force was made up mostly of Landsknechts, elite professional soldiers mostly from Germany, known for their flamboyant dress, a symbol of wealth and power. At their head was Nicholas Salm, a 70-year-old soldier who had made a name for himself at the Battle of Pavia 7 years earlier. Salm would assume command of the city's defense. Salm immediately set to bolstering Vienna's fortifications. The city walls surrounding the city's main cathedral of St. Stephen's were nearly 300 years old. They were reinforced heavily, and the gates were bricked shut. Meanwhile, the suburbs outside the main citadel were demolished, eliminating any cover for the Ottoman forces. Great earthen bastions were built along the walls to provide defenders with a greater radius of fire. The city's larders were restocked and the wells filled. Vienna was ready for a siege. The Ottoman army arrived at the city gates on the 24th of September 1529. They had lost much of their artillery and many of their men were suffering from illness. Of those fit for combat, roughly 1/3 were the Sipahi horsemen, ineffective in siege warfare. Nevertheless, Suleiman still outnumbered his foe by a wide margin. Sources claim that his 100,000 strong army with 300 cannons outnumbered the defenders 5 to 1, and the latter only had 72 cannons. The Turks were easily able to surround the city walls, isolating it from the outside world. Suleiman delivered terms to his opponents. To the commander and the other inhabitants of the fortress of Vienna, let it be known that if you become Muslims, nothing will happen to you. But if you offer resistance, then by Allah the Most Sublime, your city will be reduced to ashes and young and old slaughtered. Wary of the previous atrocities committed by the Ottomans, the garrison refused these terms. Suleiman expected as much, and readily boasted that within 2 weeks he would be eating breakfast inside St. Stephen's Cathedral, which he intended to turn into a mosque. And so the battle began. Twice the Janissaries assaulted the city walls, and twice they were repelled by the ferocious Landsknecht mercenaries. The Ottomans had lost most of their great bombards during their march, thus they shelled the city walls with their lighter cannons. This artillery was not powerful enough to do any significant damage to the walls, but some cannonballs sailed over the ramparts, tearing up the cobblestone roads and causing much collateral damage. In response, the Viennese dismantled their streets, exposing them to the soil beneath, which the cannonballs sunk harmlessly into. However, the artillery was a mere distraction to keep the defenders in disarray. The Ottoman sappers dug deep into the earth, creating a network of trenches and tunnels in order to detonate mines beneath the city walls, like they had done in Rhodes 7 years earlier. The defenders were prepared. Salm had a system of water buckets in the cellars along the city walls, observing vibrations in the water to see where the Turks were tunneling. On October 8th, 8,000 Landsknecht sallied out into the ditches, killing many Turkish soldiers and detonating many mines before they could reach the city walls. This hit-and-run tactic had consequences, as the German mercenaries sustained heavy casualties when retreating back into the city through the narrow tunnels. Despite their efforts, one of the mines detonated by the counter-siege team exploded too close to the city, creating a breach in the walls near the Corinthian gate. The Ottomans saw their opportunity and charged. The Sultan's Janissaries were elite soldiers, but their German opponents were professionals. Forming a pike wall at the mouth of the breach, the Landsknecht repelled the Turkish assault. October 11th marked the holy day of St. Michael, and yet more rain tormented the Ottoman camp. Sickness was epidemic, and the Turks had made little to no progress on the city walls. The morale of the soldiers was at an all-time low. They were running out of food, and their commanders had to resort to harsher forms of capital punishment to keep them from deserting. This was the day that Suleiman had boasted he would be eating breakfast inside the Viennese cathedral. Instead, the defenders sent him a letter from inside St. Stephen's with a simple message: "Your breakfast is getting cold." The Janissaries began expressing their discontent and demanded to know if the siege would continue. Suleiman convened a council on the 12th of October and decided he would put his cards upon the table. He ordered one final massive assault upon the city walls, a last-ditch effort to salvage the siege. On the 14th of October, the full force of the Ottoman army bore down upon the city walls. Still, they were unable to breach them. Austrian gunners assaulted the attackers from the city walls, while the disciplined Landsknechts held the line with their stalwart pike formation and volleys of arquebus fire. After only 2 hours, the Ottomans began to see the futility in their assault and called a retreat. The following morning, snowfall swept through the Austrian plains, blanketing the Ottoman camp. It was clear that the siege could not continue in these conditions. For the Christians, the miracle of a winter storm in October was seen as divine intervention. Sure enough, the Ottomans withdrew and the siege was lifted. It is generally accepted that in total, the Ottomans lost 15,000 men. The defenders' casualties remain unknown, but they are assumed to have been heavy. Nevertheless, Vienna was saved. On the march home, the Ottoman armies pillaged the Austrian state of Styria. Although Suleiman had failed to take Vienna, he saw and presented the overall campaign as a success. After all, he had undone the territorial gains of the Habsburgs in Hungary and reasserted his dominance there. He claimed that by attacking Vienna, his goal had not been to take the city at all, but to test the strength of his new rivals, Archduke Ferdinand and Charles V. The wars between the Habsburgs and the Ottomans were just starting, and we are planning to cover every major battle and campaign they fought, so make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have pressed the bell button. We would like to express our gratitude to our Patreon supporters and channel members who make the creation of our videos possible. Now you can also support us by buying our merchandise via the link in the description. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one. In 1529, Sultan Suleiman's army was repelled from the walls of Vienna. While the Ottomans had hit a roadblock in their inland expansion, their power at sea remained largely unchallenged. This was mainly due to one man, Hayreddin Barbarossa, one of the greatest naval commanders of the age. In this episode, we will cover the life and conquests of this pirate-turned-lord, culminating in his magnum opus, a victory over a great Christian coalition at the Battle of Preveza. Hayreddin was born in 1478 as Khizr on the Greek island of Lesbos. Khizr had three brothers, Ishak, Uruch and Ilya. His father was a soldier of Albanian origin who had helped the Turks conquer Lesbos from the Genoese back in 1462. After which he had established himself on the island, became a potter, and bought a ship to sell his goods overseas. The late 15th century was a time where Christian and Islamic powers struggled against one another for domination over the Mediterranean, relying often on unscrupulous privateers to target each other's merchant vessels. Much of Khizr's early life was spent aiding the family business, though fate would soon alter this course when his father's vessel was captured by the Knights Hospitaller, who were still operating at large from their fortress on Rhodes. The Knights killed his younger brother Ilya and captured his elder brother Uruch, jailing him at their stronghold in Bodrum. It was here that Khizr took his first steps into the life that would make him a legend. When he eventually learned of Uruch's location, he sailed for Bodrum and, against the odds, managed to liberate his brother. This experience changed the brothers. They abandoned their occupation as merchants and launched themselves into a life of piracy. Uruch forged the path, creating a small name for himself as a raider under the service of an Ottoman prince, and later the Mamluk Sultan. In 1504 he was joined by Khizr, and together they travelled to Tunisia, where the Sultan granted them the port of La Goleta for use as a base of operations. In 1509 they were joined by their brother Ishak. Khizr and his kin had arrived in North Africa at an opportune time. Back in 1492, the Spanish crown had expelled the last of the Islamic rulers from Iberia, and in the following decades they had turned their ambitions southwards, capturing pockets of coastal territory in Algeria, Tunisia and Morocco. Uruch participated in evacuating Spanish Muslims from Iberia, earning him the title Baba, meaning father. The Europeans took Baba Uruch to mean Barbarossa, Redbeard. Given that all three brothers had crimson facial hair, the nickname stuck, and even became used by the Turks in the form of Barbaros. The Barbaros brothers would find their early North African exploits defined by conflict with the Spanish and their Christian allies. They became a scourge to the coasts of southern Italy and Spain while repulsing a Spanish attack on Algiers. In 1512, the brothers launched an assault upon Spanish-controlled Béjaïa. Uruch had a limb blown off during the battle, which he promptly replaced with a shiny prosthetic, earning him the title Silver Arm. Every victory earned the Barbaros brothers more prestige in the Muslim world. The following years saw them embark on more successful raiding parties, setting the torch to the hinterlands of Genoa and the coast of Valencia. In 1516, the Barbarossas expelled a garrison of Spaniards from Algiers and deposed the local emir. Uruch reigned as Sultan of Algiers for a year, before offering the territory to the Ottoman Sultan in exchange for his aid against the Spanish. Sultan Selim accepted, and Algiers was absorbed into the empire. Uruch was given the title Beyla Bey, the chief governor of North Africa. In 1518, Uruch and Ishaq seized the city of Tlemcen, only to face an army of 10,000 Spaniards at their gates. Though they put up a fierce fight, both were killed. With their deaths, Khizr now stood as the sole survivor of 4 brothers, the last Barbaros, a title by which he'd become known by. In 1522, he partook in the Ottoman invasion of Rhodes, helping to finally oust his old foes from their island stronghold. The 1520s were a whirlwind of devastation, as it seemed nothing could stop the legendary Barbaros and his corsairs. Sardinia, Marseille, Liguria and Sicily were all victims of his raids, their people carted off as slaves for his galleys. The whole western seaboard of the Mediterranean was held in a grip of terror. Towns were heavily fortified, coastal villages were abandoned, and a contemporary Spanish source claims that, from the Strait of Gibraltar to that of Messina, no one could eat in peace or go to sleep with a sense of security. In 1532, Barbaros was summoned to Constantinople, where he was given a special mission. A Genoese admiral by the name of Andrea Doria had been marauding Ottoman holdings in the Peloponnese. It was not the first time the Redbeard had encountered Doria. His fleets had clashed with the wily Italian many times before. Barbaros set out in pursuit of the Genoese fleet and Ottoman holdings in the Peloponnese. It was not the first time the Redbeard had encountered Doria. His fleets had clashed with the wily Italian many times before. Barbaros set out in pursuit of the Genoese fleet and intercepted them at Previsa, where he captured 7 galleys and forced the rest of Doria's ships to flee. It was a foreboding preview of a later battle to be fought in the same location between the same 2 men. Returning to Constantinople triumphant, the Sultan Suleiman appointed Barbaros as the Grand Admiral of the Ottoman Navy and gave him the title Hayreddin, Best of the Faith. Barbarossa proceeded to seize 9 major Aegean islands from the Venetian Republic. He devastated the Isle of Corfu, annihilating its farms and enslaving almost its entire rural population. Balking from their losses, the Venetians called upon the Pope to aid them. Barbarossa had finally become too big a threat, and Pope Paul III leapt to action, bringing together a vast alliance, a holy league comprised of Spain, Venice, Genoa, the Papal States, the Habsburgs, and the Knights Hospitaller, who were now based in Malta. The battle that was to come would be the greatest military challenge Barbaros would ever face. In summer of 1538, the great Christian coalition began to gather off the shores of Corfu. First to arrive were the Venetian and the Papal flotillas. Eager to secure coastal dominance in the battle to come, the Papal admiral dispatched a vanguard of galleys down the coast, attempting to seize the Ottoman-held fortress at Previsa. After a short skirmish, they were handily beaten back, and were forced to wait for the rest of the coalition to arrive. On September 22nd, none other than Andrea Doria arrived at the command of a vast Spanish and Genoese fleet. Doria would assume overall command of the entire Allied fleet. It seemed fate had put the Italian admiral head-to-head with his old foe Hayreddin once more. In total, the Holy League's navy comprised of 112 galleys, 50 galleons, 140 barks, and over 60,000 armed soldiers. One vessel worth noting was the Venetian flagship, a behemoth of a galleon that dwarfed its foes, commanded by Alessandro Condolmiero. Meanwhile, Barbarossa was fully aware of the great host rallying around him and mustered his fleet off the island of Ios. He had 122 galleys and galleots and 12,000 armed soldiers. His ships were outnumbered 3 to 1, but his vessels were rowed primarily by galley slaves, and therefore were not dependent on the wind like the European barks and galleons that made up the bulk of the Holy League fleet. This would make them more reliable in the battle. Barbarossa sailed his ships westward, then up the west coast of Greece into the well-protected Gulf of Preveza. There he deployed a contingent of his soldiers ashore, commandeering control of the fortress at Actium, whose artillery would provide his ships with shoreside support in the fight to come. Realizing once more the importance of coastal dominance, the Venetians and papal ships made 2 separate attempts to seize the fortress of Preveza, which faced opposite to Barbarossa's fortifications at Actium. Twice they struck, on the 25th and 26th of September, but both times were repelled by the flotilla of Hayreddin's subordinate, Murat Reis. By now, Doria had realized that Barbaros had secured himself a strong position against the coast. The Genoese admiral dared not attack the well-entrenched Ottoman fleet head-on, but also figured that the numerically inferior enemy would not strike out against him either. Assuming that time was on his side, and fearing the late-season gales that would drive his fleet into a vulnerable position, Doria ordered his ships 30 miles south, anchoring at Sessola, a small island off Lefkada. The plan was to launch an attack on nearby Lepanto, forcing Barbarossa to emerge from his den. However, coordinating a fleet of over 300 vessels proved a logistical nightmare, and the move left the Holy League spread out and exposed. Barbarossa took this chance to strike. At dawn, his ships emerged from the Gulf of Preveza and rounded the northern tip of Lefkada, bearing down on the Christian fleet. His ships assembled into a Y formation, comprised of 3 segments in the front and 1 in the rear. Barbarossa himself commanded the center from his flagship galley, with his commanders Seydi Ali Reis and Salih Reis on the wings. Barbarossa's approach was completely unexpected by anyone in the Allied Armada. The Holy League's navy was overextended, spread out into rows, with Dorius's Spanish-Genoese contingent 10 miles behind the Venetians, Sicilians and Maltese squadrons, who would be the first to be attacked. From his flagship, Venetian commander Condolmiero sent a rowboat to Doria, requesting orders. Doria sent a correspondence back, declaring that he would sail his ships into the fray. This bolstered the confidence of the Venetians, who braced themselves for battle. On the afternoon of September 28th, the opposing fleets clashed and the fighting began. The Ottomans had the initial advantage, for the Venetian barks that relied exclusively on sail were rendered immobile on a windless sea. Thus the Ottoman galleys, rowed by slaves, were able to outmaneuver them. However, the Christians possessed a trump card. The Venetian flagship was akin to a dreadnought, and possessed considerable firepower that the Ottomans could not match. Waves of Barbarossa's galleys assailed the Great Galleon, with one even managing to take down the flagship's main mast, but as they drew closer, they were devastated by a full cannonade blasting from the ship's every gunboat.
Where is he going there?
The Ottomans were forced to retreat, but continued this dance for a time, the Venetian and Maltese front line engaging in a heated skirmish with the Ottomans, with the bulk of the fighting centered around the Venetian flagship. Galleys skirted up close, harassing it with light guns and picking off its crew, only to be blasted away by its precise and powerful cannon fire time and time again. Meanwhile, Doria was notably slow in his promise to join the fray. Instead, the Genoese admiral left the isolated Venetians to stand alone, while he drew his ships out to sea, trying to lure the Ottoman galleys into open waters away from the fortified coast. Barbaros did not take the bait, knowing that he could not afford to engage in major fleet action on the high seas. The sun soon began to set, and the situation grew more dire for the Christian front line. Skirmishing continued throughout the evening. The Venetian flagship was still mounting a gallant defence, blasting away any that attempted to board it. Wary of the futility of capturing the gargantuan vessel, Barbaros ordered his galleys to withdraw. The galleon of Venice managed to slink back to Corfu, though no man could deny the honourable struggle it had put up. The Ottoman galleys instead turned their attention to the smaller Sicilian and Venetian barks. Using their greater maneuverability, they managed to board and capture yet another handful of Christian ships in the last hour before dusk. At dawn, Doria made a fateful decision. Taking advantage of favourable winds, he retreated from the battlefield, sailing his ships northwards back to Corfu. Envoys of the Venetian, Papal and Maltese fleets pleaded he continue the fight, but were ignored. Sources attribute his retreat to different reasons. Some say that Doria was accustomed to commanding galleys, not the sailing ships the Holy League put in his command. Some say that as a loyal Genoese, he despised his Venetian rivals and was not willing to risk his own ships to save them. Some say he simply lost his nerve. Whatever the reason, the battle was over. Through patience, fortitude, and the boldness to strike when the moment was right, Barbaros had won a great victory. In the end, Hayreddin had sunk 10 ships, burned 3 others, captured 36, and had taken about 3,000 prisoners. Meanwhile, he himself had not lost a single ship, though a handful of galleys had been critically damaged by the Venetian flagship. Only 400 Ottoman soldiers were dead and 800 wounded. The unprecedented success of Barbarossa secured Ottoman naval dominance in the Mediterranean for the next 4 decades. But Suleiman still had a stubbornly persistent rival to face both on land and sea, the Habsburgs. We are planning to cover every major battle and campaign in Ottoman history, so make sure you are subscribed to our channel and have pressed the bell button. We would like to express our gratitude to our Patreon supporters and channel members who make the creation of our videos possible. Now you can also support us by buying our merchandise via the link in the description. This is the Kings and Generals channel, and we will catch you on the next one. By 1522, the great Christian fortress of Rhodes had been taken, and the Ottomans had regained dominance in the Mediterranean Sea, so all their resources could now be redirected towards the mainland. Their target was the Kingdom of Hungary, a fragile land rife with internal chaos, a nation ripe for the picking. Welcome to our video on the Battle of Mohacs, one of the most significant clashes in the history of Europe. This video was sponsored by Vikings: War of Clans. This game was inspired by the famous strategy games of the 90s like the Command & Conquer series, and has a similar style to the games that we all loved playing growing up, have been fans of, and which we remember with nostalgia now. What makes the Vikings world so addictive is that more than 20 million online players are constantly changing the way the game evolves by participating in the never-ending fighting over resources, forging new alliances, and competing in live events. Help support our channel by downloading Vikings for free only from our links in the description, and get the special bonus of 200 gold coins and a protective shield, which will be extremely useful for the start. It had been the ambition of the Ottomans to conquer the heartlands of Europe ever since Sultan Mehmed II. Suleiman I knew that the Kingdom of Hungary was the door that could lead them into the core of Christendom, and with the current political climate in Europe, the Hungarians would receive little to no aid against this pending Turkish invasion. Suleiman's reign began with the conquest of the Hungarian-controlled city of Belgrade in 1521. With the fall of Rhodes in 1522, he was able to refocus his resources back onto mainland Europe. Europe was a divided continent, whose great powers were locked in perpetual feuds. Among these were the Kingdom of France and the Holy Roman Empire, ruled by Charles V of the famous Habsburg dynasty. These states were too engaged in a struggle over control of Italy to pay mind to the Muslim Empire at their doorstep. This was something the Ottomans intended to exploit to their advantage. In 1525, the Habsburgs of Spain and Germany crushed a French army at Pavia and captured the French king, Francis I. Francis was forced to make territorial concessions to the Habsburgs and relinquish his claims to Italy. Out of desperation, France began looking for an ally to aid in their struggle against the Habsburgs. Francis turned to the Ottomans. He implored Suleiman for an alliance and pleaded for him to attack the Habsburgs. This sent shockwaves throughout Europe. Suleiman was delighted at the prospect, for an alliance with France increased his legitimacy as a European emperor and gave him a pretext to carry out an invasion he had planned on leading anyways. In order for the Ottomans to strike at Habsburg territory like the French wished, they would need to first go through Hungary. This new alliance gave Suleiman extra incentive to finish what he'd started in 1521, and he began rallying his army for an invasion of the Hungarian kingdom. It is here we should turn back the clock a bit to explain the state of Hungary leading up to the Ottoman invasion. Since 1490, the country had been stuck in a downward spiral. King Vladislaus II was an ineffective king who sought to placate his nobility by selling almost all his royal estates to them, but succeeded only in empowering the Hungarian magnates to take advantage of his weakness. Centralized power declined, and the standing army of Hungary was disbanded by the lords, eager to increase their own profits. Things only became worse in 1514, when a man-at-arms named György Dózsa formed a peasant crusade of 40,000 farmers, originally intended to attack the Ottomans. During harvest season, the Hungarian nobles tried to force the peasants to return to their homes, and harassed their families to coerce them to do so. All that accomplished was to incite the peasants into full-scale revolt, resulting in a war that would ravage all Hungary. The rebellion was brutally put down by the voivode of Transylvania, John Zapoya, and over 70,000 peasants would be captured and tortured in the aftermath. The young king, Louis II, ascended to the Hungarian throne in 1516, and over time realized the threat the Ottomans posed to his realm's existence. His pleas for unity fell upon deaf ears, for the peasants, lords, and royal house of Hungary all had enmity for one another. The land was divided and vulnerable. On the 23rd of April, 1526, Sultan Suleiman I left Constantinople at the head of a massive army, accompanied by his most trusted vizier, Ibrahim Pasha. Varying sources put the total numbers of this force between 50,000 to 100,000. It was made up of labourers, cavalry, and elite janissaries alongside 300 cannon. the Ottomans embarked upon an 80-day march up the Balkans, during which torrential rains flooded the Danube River, making maintenance of supply lines difficult. Nevertheless, through the iron discipline of the Vizier Ibrahim, the Ottomans reached Belgrade. From Belgrade, Suleiman sent Ibrahim ahead to capture the fortress of Petrovaradin. Ottoman sappers detonated mines beneath the walls, and the Janissaries charged in, taking the fortress while losing only 25 men. The bulk of the Ottoman army joined the strike force and moved on. Suleiman knew that the best place for the Hungarians to make a stand was the mouth of the river Drava below the town of Osijek, and so he diverted his army towards it. The town of Eok fell on August 8th with little resistance. When Suleiman and his army arrived where the Drava met the Danube, he expected to come face to face with a huge Hungarian host, but instead was surprised to find that no enemy was there. King Louis II had mustered an army of around 25,000 men in the town of Dolna. It was made up of Hungarians, Croatians and Bohemians, with a core of men-at-arms and armoured knights. Much like Suleiman, King Louis knew the importance of the mouth of the river Drava, and ordered his deputy, Stefan Batory, to lead a vanguard there and defend it at all costs. However, the nobles refused to submit to Batory's command, declaring they would only follow the king himself. The vanguard plan was abandoned, and the Hungarian king instead led his quarrelling army to a field just outside a little riverside hamlet known as Mohacs, where they awaited their enemy. On August 26th, the Ottoman host reached Mohacs, and the two armies came face to face. The Hungarians had set up a camp between the river Borza and Mohacs proper. They stood in two lines, the first line being made up of 10,000 infantrymen divided into two wings, supplemented by divisions of mounted knights. King Louis himself led the second line, surrounded by 1,000 of his personal armoured cavalry and the troops of his noblemen. Meanwhile, the Ottomans had managed to advance themselves into a position well protected by woods and ridges and set up an encampment there. Suleiman ordered his troops into a tiered defence made up of three lines. The first two lines were made up of 30,000 Rumelian and Anatolian cavalry, supplemented by 4,000 Janissaries and 150 cannons. They were led by Ibrahim Pasha. The third line was led by Sultan Suleiman himself, and was made up of 15,000 Janissaries and Sipahis. They guarded the bulk of the Ottoman artillery, which was protected by a circle of wagons. Lightly armed Akinji horsemen occupied the left flank close to the Hungarian line, and a rearguard of heavy cavalry and footmen remained back in the encampment in reserve. On August 29th, fighting began. The Hungarians were the first to strike, and commenced their assault at 3 in the afternoon, knowing the Muslims in Suleiman's army would be occupied with their afternoon prayer. A crescendo of Hungarian artillery fired across the battlefield. The right wing of the Hungarian first line charged the Ottomans. The Rumelian cavalry were not prepared for the assault, and the heavily armoured Hungarian footmen broke through the first two lines of the Ottoman defence and fought their way towards the Ottoman third line. Inspired by this initial success, the second line of Hungarian mounted knights charged into battle, joining the fierce melee at the fringes and encircling the Rumelian cavalry from the outside, pushing them back towards their camp. Meanwhile, the Hungarian left wing stabbed at the centre of the disordered Ottoman first line. The Hungarians fought bravely, breaking through to the Sultan's position, who was now in danger of being cut down. However, this success was unsustainable. As the Hungarians came within range of the Ottoman wagon fortress, a volley of guns and artillery inflicted heavy damage upon the first line. Soon after, the Janissaries formed ranks around their Sultan and charged the Hungarian knights, overwhelming them with superior numbers and martial discipline. The tide had begun to turn. After 2 hours of fighting,
What? What the fuck is this? Oh my gosh.
Well, this is where the incident happened, unfolding on this busy high street in South London, around 50 metres behind me at about 2 o'clock. It's a very fluid situation still, but police were very quick to declare this a terrorist-related incident. What we know so far is the man was shot by armed police here, we believe on the pavement just over there where there are still several belongings strewn on the ground. This is still a crime scene, obviously, and a very heavy police presence still here, as you can see. Scotland Yard have confirmed in the last few moments that the man has been pronounced dead. Police have also said they believe they are dealing with 2 injured victims following earlier initial reports of several people being stabbed. We don't know the condition of the injured yet, but the London Ambulance Service has said they are treating a number of patients at the scene. Several images of the incident have surfaced on social media, some showing whole fleets of emergency services vehicles here, paramedics as well as police, and several unconfirmed reports also of what the man was seen carrying and wearing. One witness has said they saw the man carrying a machete and silver canisters whilst being chased by undercover police. But again, I should stress these are unconfirmed reports.
And Ivor, what more are witnesses saying about what's happened there this afternoon?
Well, we have managed to speak to some witnesses. One person told us earlier that they heard 3 gunshots fired, and as well as seeing a man lying lifeless on the pavement, as I say, over there, and a woman walking away looking distressed. I also spoke to one man just a few moments ago. This is what he had to say.
Obviously, people calling police. I stood about here just because I wanted to give it a bit more space, and then there was police coming all up the streets here.
As I say, this is a very fluid situation. Police say, though, that the area is under control now.
There's really a sense of confusion here, as often is the case, sadly, when incidents like this happen. There's lots of locals who have come out to try and see what's going on. A hugely heavy police presence. We've seen numerous armed officers. There are big vans of police personnel. There is definitely a police helicopter circling above us as well. As you said, reports had come in sort of an hour or so ago that a man had been shot, and we now understand that that man has died. Police also saying that they believe a number of people have been stabbed and that they believe this incident is terror-related. Just before I came on air to talk to you, Sarah, I was looking at a video that someone here had seen on Instagram. A little distressing, we can't show it at the moment on Sky News, but it did appear to show a very chaotic scene, blood on the pavement, a number of people lying there who appeared to have stabbed wounds. The video moves quite confusedly up down the street, seeing groups of people crowding around a number of different people who appeared to be injured. And then a bit further up the high street behind me, I don't know if you can see, beyond where our camera is able to see, there is a Boots pharmacy, and it's understood that that is where the man who was shot by police was shot. Now, there are a few things that are sort of interesting and potentially a little unusual about this, and one that's worth thinking about is the speed with which police have designated this a terror incident. You may remember that horrible attack on London Bridge just back in December. When that happened, it did take a number of hours for police to really get a sense of exactly what had happened, and before they were ready to release officially to the public and to the media that they believed this was terror-related. The speed with which they said it was this time is worth noting. Also the fact that eyewitnesses have said that the ambulances that arrived, the paramedics who came out of those ambulances apparently were wearing body armour. That, of course, is very unusual, even in a city like London, which is sadly no stranger to terror incidents at all. But those two things are interesting, certainly. It's much, much too early to speculate about exactly what happened here, what the police may or may not have known. But clearly there was some information they had that led to those two things happening. Potentially, perhaps the individual involved was maybe being watched by police, maybe he was under surveillance, maybe there was a sense that what happened was not entirely unexpected and police were able to move very quickly indeed. But of course, as I said, that is speculation, must stress that at the moment. We're really not clear what has happened. Video that we've seen does appear to show people with relatively serious injuries. As I said, it shows blood splattered and on the high street, sadly, and other witnesses on Twitter. Again, it's very important to emphasise that we can't verify this at the moment, but people saying that they saw somebody with a puncture wound in their chest and in their back as well. Unclear at the moment whether that is the person who we now understand to have died after being shot by armed police. Unclear whether that's other victims involved in this incident. But there's really a sense of activity here. As I said, lots of locals have come out to see what's going on. This would normally be an incredibly busy thoroughfare on a Sunday. Up on the high street behind me, if I just step out the way so you can have a look, a number of shops. There's a big Lidl up there, a Boots pharmacy, a number of different restaurants and fast food stands and stalls. Certainly the sort of place that people would have been coming to spend some time on Sunday, and really a sense of shock from people here that this has happened and that the high street is now closed off.
In that moment, I did not think it was a terrorist attack. In that moment, I didn't think it was anything out of the ordinary until I saw the guns. And then I thought, this is something different.
Yeah, and after that, Dave, what did you then see?
Well, I don't want to use this as some sort of political football. The police were incredible. They were competent. They were highly skilled and incredibly good at dealing with the situation. After that, I was on the phone to the paramedics for over half an hour. The police liaised with me and said that they were trying to call the paramedics as well, while unfortunately an innocent man, perhaps more, lay on the street bleeding out before anybody arrived. And the police shared my frustration that nobody was there, even though we were less than a mile away from two of the biggest hospitals in London, one of them with an acute trauma unit. And to be honest, at that point in time, my only concern was the poor person that I had seen on the street that was bleeding out in a pool of their own blood. I didn't know any more than that, but I think anybody in that situation would see someone that is in dire need of medical attention. That is your prime objective, is to make sure that person is okay.
So you were tending to one of the injured, Dave?
So I was standing there and I was running back and forth. There were three people from, three members of the public that were there. They were using my blanket to suppress the wound. One person, I think, seemed to know and have medical knowledge and sent me off to the crossroads in order to flag down the ambulance. So I ran to the crossroads, and then after about 10 minutes, I ran back thinking that the ambulance must have arrived, and I was sent back, and I kept on checking in. I also luckily saw one of my friends who is part of the military and asked him if he'd got his medikit on it in order to attend the scene. By this point, this is really before there was any police cordon, and that's not to say the police didn't do their job whatsoever. It was just an incredibly frantic situation.
Oh my god.
We know that 2 people have been injured. We believe they received stab wounds. One of them is seriously injured. And we know that somebody was shot by armed police and that gentleman has now died. Eyewitnesses throughout the afternoon have been telling us different things. It's hard to sometimes establish exactly which things are definitely true. It's sometimes difficult and confusing, and you hear slightly contradictory things. But one of the things that many of them have said, or many of them have commented on, is the sheer speed with which police arrived on the scene. One gentleman I spoke to earlier said he saw an altercation between 2 people, didn't think much of it at first because such altercations not incredibly unusual in this part of London, but saying that police were there what felt almost instantly to him, and that's something that a number of people have said.
Sky News, and we start with some breaking news this hour and reports that a man has been shot on the street in Streatham in South London. Let's speak now to our Home Affairs correspondent, Mark White, who joins us on the phone. Hello to you, Mark. What more can you tell us?
I'll sort it out later on.
Confirmed from sources that police have shot a man in the street in Streatham. That main road that runs through Streatham, the A23, is sealed off at the moment as lots of emergency services are there, armed police on scene as well, sealing off that area, making sure it's safe. I can also confirm that several other people have been injured in this incident. There are reports that they may have been stabbed. I can't confirm that. I can confirm, though, that several people have been injured and one man has been shot by armed police. I'm not sure what his condition is at the moment, although, again, there are reports circulating widely that this individual may be dead now, but that's not information that I can confirm at this stage, except to say that this is clearly a significant incident that's unfolding within the last hour in this area of South London. There are a number of pictures already coming through, as they always do in the early stages of these major incidents on social media, and that shows a very significant presence and attendance from, of course, the police, but the ambulance service there as well, in the middle of just trying to treat those who have been injured when there is still very much an active crime scene. People who are in the area are being told by the Metropolitan Police to move out of the area, to move away. The police confirming that there is an incident that they are dealing with in Streatham at the moment, and they're asking members of the public to stay away. Now, in
The disinfecting team is in action. They're cleaning an entire apartment block in Hong Kong. It's where the latest coronavirus victim in the city took ill, so all 16 floors of the block have to be sterilised. The playground outside is also sprayed clean. Scientists believe the virus could lay active for up to 72 hours.
But are you worried for your personal safety?
No problem, it's okay, because I will protect myself.
But plenty of other people are worried, and some hotels and shops are testing temperatures before guests are allowed in. As China's isolation grows, many Hong Kongers are becoming increasingly incensed about their leader's refusal to seal the city's borders with the mainland. The Hong Kong government is so useless, she tells us. Everyone in the city wants the borders to be locked down. The world should be telling Hong Kong leaders to close our borders completely. As well as a crisscrossing of people, the city is still importing a lot of live produce from the mainland without knowing the source of the outbreak. Other than the global coronavirus epicenter is a wet market in Wuhan, like this one, which sold seafood and livestock. More border restrictions are likely to impact on all businesses. I don't agree with the border shutting down, he tells us. If we shut down the border, Hong Kong will, well, the economy will definitely suffer and we'll end up with no food to eat then.
There's a lot of difficulty, in shutting up the border, It's very difficult for the government.
Because of the businesses?
Yeah. And also the people, traveling, so many people, the students, they are from the Hong Kong side or for the mainland side, they need to travel a lot, So it's very hard for the government to stop them,
But the spread of the virus is worrying Hong Kongers, a city thronging with international travellers, and many deeply distrust the authorities and their motives.
I'm really afraid that I will just get that disease because it's quite strong, and I feel that the government didn't help us enough, getting masks, stopping the patients from coming here.
I learned about people are escaping from the hospital, so there is no guarantee they are contracting inside. So there is a danger to our community here.
We cannot trust the government. We cannot trust those mainlanders who come here, and they will sneak out, definitely, and go and mix into our community to spread their virus.
So a city which has been protesting for months for more democratic rights is protesting again. This time for protection from the virus. And there are more problems ahead, with thousands of medical staff signing up to join a union and voting to strike from Monday if all the border crossings with the mainland are not shut down. The pressure is building to completely isolate China. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Hong Kong.
In York's busy, winding streets, where did they go? Who did they meet? Those are questions for health officials. They are searching for close contacts between people and the 2 confirmed coronavirus cases who fell ill here.
Now, Public Health England have defined close contact as being within 2 metres of an infected person for 15 minutes or more. And although we don't know exactly where these people went in York, we now do know that one of them was a student studying here in the city.
Students found out this morning by email what had happened.
Generally a little bit concerned because obviously more vulnerable students are going to be more concerned about this. There's been a few, fear against international students recently. Yeah. But we believe that's, anyone could be affected. It's not, no one university is really panicking that much.
Yeah. The university today said the infection risk on campus was extremely low. They are following guidance from Public Health England, but this student studying here from China wants more precautions.
Maybe your people should do the same thing as Chinese people do. Just stay at home and waiting for government to solve this problem.
What?
This is the hotel where the 2 family members fell sick this week. It's still open. Management say, again, that's after taking official health advice. But that advice, one expert told us, has been too little, too late.
I would have expected to see that information coming from Public Health England rather than from the hotel and the university somewhat, and indeed a day or so later. In general, in previous public health emergencies, there's been a lot more information given to members of the public, and I would have preferred to see that in this instance.
The 2 patients have been taken to hospital in Newcastle. They are still the only confirmed cases of coronavirus in the UK. The official health risk level here is still moderate. But there are calls in York for the patients' movements pre-isolation to be made public so that people here can rule out coming into contact with them. Katerina Vitozzi, Sky News in York.
There have been just 2 confirmed cases, but anxiety about the coronavirus spread to the University of York today. After it emerged one of those being treated is a student here. And while it isn't thought they came into contact with anyone on campus while they had symptoms, fellow students are taking precautions.
If you wear the mask in the city center and lots of people will see you and say, oh, you're so weird, you have the virus. But no, we don't have virus, we just protect us and just protect lots of people.
The 2 infected patients were staying at this hotel in York before being taken to hospital. Officials at Public Health England say they don't know how many people spent enough time close to them to be at risk. But the university's Vice-Chancellor says the risk of infection on campus is low.
We understand this development will cause concern and anxiety, but I want to reassure our students, staff and the wider community that we're working closely with the lead agency, Public Health England, and other agencies to manage this situation.
On the Wirral, this hospital accommodation block is now part sanctuary, part prison for British evacuees in quarantine.
We have a concierge here and we have a couple of senior nurses here who are just helping to stock up on some of the supplies.
Matt Raw is here with his wife and his mother, who has dementia.
Speaking for myself, I'd be quite happy if they'd put me up in a tent on Salisbury Plain, but you know, I'm sure that there are people amongst us who are a little more distressed about this than perhaps I am.
At the moment, none of the people inside these buildings is actually ill, nor do officials expect them to be. But it could be a tedious 2 weeks for them waiting to make sure. 2 weeks in which they can't leave and nobody will be allowed to visit them. In the land they left behind, the outbreak continues at alarming pace. China has asked the EU for help supplying vital medical equipment, but complained to the US about tough new travel restrictions. Long queues at Beijing airport after American Airlines cancelled flights. Tonight, the 2 Chinese patients who tested positive here are still being cared for at a specialist unit in Newcastle, as officials continue to seek those they came into contact with. Ben Chapman, ITV News.
For all the talk of a new dawn, as the sun rose this morning, there were few other signs that this was a very different day. Even outside Parliament, they'd cleaned up most of the clues that last night had been a moment to celebrate or commiserate.
Have you noticed anything different today?
Absolutely nothing, no.
You haven't noticed anything about Great Britain and the European Union?
Nope, not a thing.
I really don't think there's any difference, and I don't think there will be any difference in 1 year.
Do things feel different to you today?
Well, how they portrayed it to us 2 years ago was that the whole island was going to sink if we came out. That's the only way I can look at it. You know, we were all gripping at 11 o'clock last night thinking, well, we're here, but hey-ho, you know, up and away, let's move on and let's get the job done.
I found myself feeling really upset, and I think we're just coming today here. We weren't planning to come here, but I just thought I'd come and see what was going on, because normally I don't. But yeah, I do, I feel upset.
When the virtual clock struck 11 last night, we officially left the EU. For thousands in Parliament Square, a moment to party. For others, like in Edinburgh, to protest. But as one countdown ends, another begins, with pressure on the Prime Minister already over the terms of a trade deal he has to strike by December.
It's his Churchill moment. This is the time when the Prime Minister has the opportunity to say to the EU, unlike under the previous administration, we will not accept the terms and conditions that you set.
But others have a different idea of what good negotiating looks like.
It means frictionless trade. It means there are no forms and barriers and delays at the border which will get in the way of people and business. And we want to make sure that we have the total free open access to European markets. That's in our economy's interest, in the interest of jobs.
And with the Union Jack already taken down in Brussels, in the tough talks to come, nobody else will be flying the flag for Britain.
Released today, the Brexit 50p coin. But there are other ways EU departure could affect your money. Its value is likely to fluctuate as exit negotiations proceed, making it hard to budget for this summer's foreign holidays.
If you are worried about currency fluctuations, the easy advice is hedge your bets. Get half your currency now and then get the other half at the best possible rates when you go away, which tends to be on an overseas credit card paid off in full.
But currency isn't the biggest uncertainty. Olivia Uluwe-Avian is soon heading to Austria. She worries where Brexit leaves our consumer rights.
A lot of things that we have here come from the EU, even EU regulations on the standard of service and things. And now that we've left the EU, they'll sort of have to bring in new legislation, which will take a lot of time. So then there's a lot of uncertainties.
But most things will stay the same for at least 11 months. Blue passports will be phased in as we renew, but current ones remain valid. Driving and hiring cars in the EU is unchanged. European health insurance cards too will still work. And no mobile phone roaming fees in the EU, at least for this year.
Well, we're starting to see Brexit scams cropping up more and more.
Brexit scams have arrived even before Brexit. Here's one of the first, a fake BT email as the UK leaves the European Union, designed to harvest your personal information.
We know fraudsters are like vultures. What is it about Brexit that's making them swoop in like this?
Wherever there is uncertainty, wherever people aren't quite sure what's going to happen, scammers will look to take advantage of that. We see that time and time again. We're already seeing Brexit scams happening, and as the year goes on, it could only increase.
For some, the biggest practical change of Brexit so far may look like small change, but ahead are months of discussion affecting our prosperity for many years to come. Chris Choi, ITV News.
On the 31st of January, Britain leaves the EU, but that doesn't mean Brexit is done. In fact, you'll still be hearing quite a lot about it for the rest of the year. That's because the UK now enters a transition period that is scheduled to go on until the 31st of December. During that period, the UK will stay closely aligned with the EU, effectively staying within the single market and customs union, but we will no longer be a member of the political institutions. That means no more MEPs, representation or a role in the decision-making aspects of the EU. During the transition period, the UK is free to negotiate trade deals with countries across the world. There's already been talk about agreements with the US and Japan, but it's a trade deal with the EU which is likely to take centre stage. The UK and the EU have agreed that a free trade agreement will be the priority in the talks. But if both sides want to get everything done by this December when the transition period is scheduled to come to an end, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. March 1st is the date the EU has set to have its own negotiating position agreed. At that point, the European Commission will have legal authorisation to start negotiating with the UK. In June, there's due to be a summit where Britain and the 27 EU countries will discuss the progress of the trade talks. That month is also the deadline for the UK to request an extension to the transition period beyond the current December 2020 deadline, if the UK wants it. November 26 is the cut-off date the EU has provided for the trade deal to be agreed, so that MEPs in the European Parliament can give their final approval. In practice, that leaves only about 6 months to negotiate the future relationship between the UK and the EU. If the UK doesn't agree terms to a new trade deal with the EU and hasn't asked for an extension to the transition period, then on the 31st of December, Britain will revert back to World Trade Organization rules, which would be the same outcome as a no-deal Brexit. So a lot of work to be done over the next few months.
Oh my god.
Of another stage in the construction of a new and a greater united Europe. Britain without Europe would be both weaker and less prosperous.
Britain shall remain a member of the European community.
We find our problems are common and we try to get common solutions to them.
We have not successfully rolled back the frontiers of the state in Britain, only to see them reimposed at a European level.
He wanted the Commission to be the executive, and he wanted the Council of Ministers to be the Senate. No, no, no.
We're leaving Downing Street for the last time.
Britain's best interests are served by suspending our membership of the exchange rate mechanism.
Parliament must put this stalemate over Europe behind it.
Britain is in Europe, and in Europe to stay.
Well, we've got a full manifesto, but what we're saying is that Europe is the key.
We should keep the pound. Here it is. This is what is at stake.
Instead of talking about the things that most people care about, we were sometimes banging on about Europe.
You have the charisma of a damp rag and the appearance of a low-grade bank clerk.
We will give the British people a referendum.
I will be advocating vote leave.
It's about taking back control of our democracy.
We will win together, fight together, keep the Britain in a European Union.
A Leave victory, an extraordinary moment in British history.
Huzzah! Independence Day!
I think the country requires fresh leadership.
Strong and stable leadership in the national interest.
I had a robust discussion with Jean-Claude Juncker. This is the best possible deal. It's the only possible deal.
The noes to the left, 432.
To serve the country I love.
The doubters, the doomsters, they are going to get it wrong again.
We have a deal.
There must now be an election.
A large Conservative majority.
I urge everyone to find closure and to let the healing begin.
Dover's white cliffs full of colour as Sky News beamed goodbye to the 27 EU nations in their own language, while Downing Street also put on a light show. And here's what happened in Parliament Square. Brexiteers savoured the moment.
It has been 3.5 years and I just feel so jubilant. I feel so sovereign again. It feels brilliant.
This is a fantastic day for democracy in the UK and it's amazing to be here and be part of it.
We're happy to be out now because we will be able to do things what we want.
We did it!
And of course, one man was centre stage at the party.
And there are some that say we shouldn't celebrate tonight. Well, we are going to celebrate tonight. This is the single most important moment in the modern history of our great nation.
Welcome you to this saddest of occasions.
But then there's the other view. In Brighton, a vigil. For these Remainers, EU departure is a tragic moment in our history.
I feel now as though I've had my Europeanness taken away from me by this government.
It's been like a grieving process and it felt like the fight went out of me and I just felt incredibly sad.
In a televised statement, Boris Johnson acknowledged the country's mixed feelings.
For many people, this is an astonishing moment of hope, a moment they thought would never come. And there are many, of course, who feel a sense of anxiety and loss. And then there's a third group, perhaps the biggest, who had started to worry that the whole political wrangle would never come to an end. I understand all those feelings, and our job as the government, my job, is to bring this country together now and take us forward.
Leeds was 50-50 in the referendum, and that division is represented in the marketplace. Fishmonger cautiously optimistic for his trade.
I personally would like them to look for a fair deal with equality between Britain and the European Union, and that'd be helpful for everyone.
But the independent cafe owner is finding it harder to stomach.
40% of all the UK's fruit and vegetables come from the EU, and so I'm a little bit worried about how that's going to impact us and like the food that we're able to serve. So if it's going to have to be cabbage and potatoes for the next 6 months, then so be it. That's what
Brexit menu.
Brexit menu, exactly. Yeah.
Bojo has got his way now, but we don't want to go.
Singer Anna Nightingale voted Remain, but was booked to perform at a Leave party in Buckinghamshire. She's got a roll with it attitude.
It is a part of history, and there's so many people that are so negative about it. Let's get something positive out of it. So why not? It's an excuse to have a party.
But Westminster was the place for Brexiteers to party.
This is historic, but also a little bit anticlimactic in the sense that this battle was decided when Boris Johnson won the general election. And there's a feeling a little bit like the end of a civil war, when everyone just wants to lay down their weapons and go home for a rest.
The victors have been decided, but divisions will still take time to heal.
Do you think we'll stand tall after Brexit?
You're asking the wrong person.
And opinions will still differ on whether Britain is now standing tall or looking precarious. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Boris Johnson claims he's got Brexit done. Is that anywhere near true?
Yes, we will have left the European Union at a minute past midnight. A minute past 11 tomorrow, midnight, Brussels time. And that's a very, very big deal. We might not notice very much, but we're no longer a member state. And actually the fundamental thing about that is, up until 11 o'clock, if the British government decides it's changed its mind, we can stop the whole process dead. As soon as we've left, it's a long, long road back in.
We've got a long road to get here. And the road to the next bit is actually quite short, isn't it, Maddie?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Boris Johnson has said that he doesn't want to extend the transition period. So the transition period is where, although we've left the EU, as Anna has said, we are going to continue to follow EU rules in most areas. But at the end of December this year, then we will be outside of the transition period and we will be sort of completely on our own at that point. And during that time, we need to negotiate a future relationship with the EU, but also get ready for what all of that entails in the UK. So 11 months, that's not a long time to negotiate with the EU, but it's also not very long for the government to get ready for what it means here, but also for businesses to get ready for a whole new trading relationship with the EU as well.
So taking it from February 1st onwards, the EU now needs to go away and decide what their mandate is going to be, and I think it's in March that they're going to...
End of Feb they'll decide.
That they'll have that discussion about exactly what they're going to be doing during the trade talks. What do you envisage their strategy being for the next 6 months?
I think their strategy will be pretty much like their strategy in the first phase, which is to just sit and wait and say, OK, there are a variety of options, come tell us which one you want, which is how the EU negotiates. The EU doesn't usually negotiate with third countries. It usually says, this is what we're willing to offer, come and tell us what you want. And I think they'll treat us just the same way.
Yeah, and I think one of the tactics also that the EU has is that it is a group of countries, so there are 27 member states. So actually in negotiations, it's quite hard for them to move because they'll say, well, Germany doesn't want us to move on this, Italy has this problem. They can sort of use the sort of collective power of those member states as a negotiating capital, whereas the UK doesn't quite have the same thing. And actually, because in particular, the government, there isn't going to be a vote in Parliament, for example, at the end of the treaty negotiations, the government can't use that in the same way to say, well, we can't give away on fish. It's going to be quite challenging for the UK government to have the same leverage in the talks as the EU will have.
And that's the paradox of the election, isn't it? Yeah. Loads of Brexiters said straight after the election, oh, he's got a massive majority, it makes him stronger. Actually, being weak at home is a really good thing in international negotiations because you can say, look, I'd love to give you that, but I mean, look at those nutters behind me. They won't let me. Yeah. Boris Johnson hasn't got that argument up his sleeve anymore.
Do you think there's been a lot of talk of the UK heading towards a Canada-style arrangement? Do you think that's a feasible outcome in the next 6 months?
No.
Also, please explain what a Canada-style.
Well, a Canada-style outcome is quite a detailed free trade agreement. So it's not bare bones, which is the phrase we all use nowadays. It's a lot more detailed than that. It's still well short of the kinds of agreements you have with, say, Norway. But it's a big agreement which requires a lot of scrutiny of the system. What the EU will want to do with anything we want is go over sector by sector what the implications are for their economy. And that takes time. So actually, I would say, well, I'd say two things about Canada. Firstly, it's quite tight to do it in the time. Secondly, the EU won't offer us Canada because we are bigger and nearer than Canada. And so what they've said is, if you want a deal like Canada has got, that's fine, but we're going to hedge it with all these conditions, the so-called level playing field. You've got to sign up to environmental standards, workers' rights. It's far from clear the government will do that. They might. The Tory manifesto doesn't rule it out, but signing up to abide by EU laws and to adjust as they adjust is a big deal for a government that places so much emphasis on control.
Do you want to come in there, Maddie?
Yeah, well, I think, I agree with everything Anna said, and I think that's going to be one of the challenges, is that if to sort of to get anything close to Canada, that the UK government might need to sign up to aligning with the EU, that might be a step too far for the government. And then it's sort of, we return to this issue of potentially a sort of no deal at the end of December 2020. And it is worth saying this is not the same no deal as at the end of sort of March last year or October. There are going to be certain issues that have been resolved in this sort of withdrawal negotiation. So citizens' rights will be protected. We will pay money to the EU. And we have committed to avoiding a hard border on the island of Ireland. But sort of in all the other areas, so security cooperation, economic cooperation for Great Britain, it will be very similar. And I think that's going to be, returned to the agenda throughout this year is actually, are we going to get any kind of agreement at all? Because will the government be willing to make those concessions to get sort of goods access into the EU? And I think that's going to be a big question for them.
I was just going to say, the saving grace, if you can call it that, for the civil service and for businesses is that even the kind of deal that the government seems to be after is quite a thin deal. So they know the ballpark destination. That is to say, whatever happens this year, you've got to prepare for checks at the border. So that uncertainty has gone, which isn't going to please business because they don't want the checks in the first place. But they know what to be preparing for now.
Yeah. In terms of the politics here, and obviously this all comes back to politics, what kind of deal do you think Boris Johnson will be looking for in terms of how closely aligned we are with the European Union at the end of this? Because we know Boris Johnson talks a good game, and we know the Conservatives, many in the Conservative Party, ERG, etc., who want a kind of as clean a break as possible from the European Union. Do you think he will be going here for a kind of what we call a softer Brexit, or do you think he will try and be still trying to play to that crowd in the Conservative Party and say we're trying to leave, trying to go our own way as much as possible?
I mean, yeah, I do think it's quite difficult to predict at this point, but he has made it very clear that he doesn't want to be, for example, have the European Court of Justice overseeing anything in the UK. And if we aligned with EU rules in certain areas, then you can imagine the EU would very much press for the ECJ to have a role in that. You know, there are certain red lines that the Prime Minister has said he doesn't want to cross, and I do think it will be quite challenging for him to row back from that. Having said that, it's very difficult to predict what happens, and I don't have a crystal ball. I can't necessarily predict the outcome of Brexit, but I think at this stage it does feel quite unlikely we'll go for the softer Brexit. The question will be whether businesses actually get very, very concerned throughout the year, and whether they can start, I think, having an influence on the government to say, actually, this is going to introduce too much friction into how we operate, and actually softer Brexit is something we really prioritise, and then it'll be up for the government to decide whether or not they're going to be willing to listen to that. I don't know what Anand thinks.
You're absolutely right in the sense we don't know how this government is planning to govern.
Yeah,
and
that's kind of what I was getting at. We just don't know what
we don't know what we don't know. We don't know whether they prioritise their political objectives over their economic objectives in the Brexit process. We don't know how open they are to listen to businesses, because under Mrs May's government you had different phases. During some of the phases, businesses were locked out. During others, businesses were allowed in but not listened to. So we don't know what the style of this government will be. It seems to me to be very, very hard for Boris Johnson to row back from the fundamental promises, which are no customs union, no single market. If you think back to Mrs May's deal, that was a hard Brexit. It strikes me we're heading towards something significantly harder just because of the commitments that the Prime Minister has made.
One question that I've wondered for a while is, as we go into February, we've left the European Union, we're free to talk to whoever we want to. If we are having simultaneous trade talks with, say, the US and Japan, could that then also have an impact on the talks that we're having with the European Union? If the US say, look, we want you to do this on workers' rights, and the EU say, well, you can't do that because if you do that, we're not going to give you X, Y, and Z. How does the government juggle negotiating with multiple countries at the same time in the next 6 months?
I mean, it strikes me there are two issues. The first issue is any potential trading partner, the first question they'll ask us is, before we sign up to a trade deal with you, we'd quite like to know what your relationship with your largest trading partner is going to look like, because that will affect the stakes in the negotiations for us. So a lot of trading partners will say, hang on a sec, we need to know what you're doing with the EU. Because if you think about the Japanese, the reason the Japanese have invested so much in this country is partly, if not largely, because we give them access to the European market. So they'll need to know that answer first. So there's a slight chicken and egg thing. And then exactly as you said, there are trade-offs. If the US say, we'll only sign a trade deal if you let all our agricultural products in, the EU will say you can let all their agricultural products in, but you're not going to be trading agricultural products with us because our standards are much higher. So there are choices to be made.
And I just add to that, I mean, this is going to be something that I feel like it doesn't seem anyway at the moment that Cabinet has necessarily had that conversation. We are getting different messages from Cabinet ministers. And
the same minister sometimes.
Well, sometimes the same minister, exactly. And I think it's also what's going to be quite interesting is we have got a reshuffle coming up, potentially some changes in terms of how the makeup of departments. But if you've got Task Force Europe coming out of sort of number 10 Cabinet Office who are doing negotiations with Europe, but you've got the International Trade Department or the Business Department merged with the International Trade Department leading on negotiations with the rest of the world, it's not quite clear how those trade-offs and how those sort of different teams are going to be talking to each other either. And I think that's going to be quite important, just the mechanics of how all this works. And yes, that conversation in Cabinet is going to be really, really important, but also making sure that those teams are sort of talking to each other so that you're not promising one thing over here and promising something else. You know, it's really important that the government can, just the mechanics of it, can figure out how to make those trade-offs. And it's, again, not quite clear whether they have got those processes in place, and that's going to be very important.
It's not
something we've done before.
Can I just say something about this? I mean, you know, people usually switch off when you talk about bureaucratic structures, but it's absolutely fundamental. This system has to work. If you end up with the negotiating team in number 10 being in somehow a silo split off from the rest of the thing, you'll end up back where you were under Mrs May, with two teams not coordinating their objectives properly, and it all being a bit of a mess. Because when you do a trade deal, you need to bring the whole apparatus with you, because that trade deal affects health, transport, energy. You have to coordinate across Whitehall, and you need to have authority from number 10, and making that work properly is going to be fundamental.
And also, we're back to the politics here. Part of Boris Johnson's pitch to the voters in December was get Brexit done, i.e., I'll get this sorted. You're all bored of talking about it. You're sick of seeing it on the news. Let's move on and talk about other things. So over the next year, he'll want to not have us journalists and people out there not talking about this. He wants us to move on from it. And yet from this conversation, it's quite clear, within government, this is going to be absolutely dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that we already know that by March there are going to be nearly 30,000 civil servants working on Brexit. You know, as you know, we've talked about negotiations quite a lot. It's not just about negotiations. We've got to set up new policy, like domestic policies in areas like agriculture, fisheries, the environment. You know, we are taking back control, and to do that, we then need to actually do something. So we need to get certain systems ready. So like public bodies are going to have to take on new responsibilities. We're going to have to pass legislation in Parliament. Now that's not going to prove the same problem it was for Theresa May, but it still takes time. And I do think that's the ultimate reality, is that actually a lot of the civil service are still going to be working on Brexit. They're going to have to make choices about when they communicate with businesses, about what changes are going to be needed. The government needs to get ready. And it's just, there's no way that it's all going to be done by December 2020. Even if we leave the EU at that point, there's still so much more to do. And I think that's going to be the reality, even though the politicians are not going to necessarily be talking about it. The civil servants are definitely going to be spending a lot of their energy.
And surely that
working
will
on it.
spill out. I mean, surely you can't just contain it within the civil service. Because we're going to be digging as journalists, and we're going to be talking about.
But with all due respect to journalists, I mean, this is accountancy rather than pantomime.
The first.
And journalists tend to like pantomime. I mean, one of the reasons why Brexit has been front and centre in the newspapers is because, you know, it's been like a sitcom, hasn't it? You've got these characters, you've got these fights, you've got these divisions. That will still be going on, but not in the government itself, which it has been doing for 3.5 years. And so I suspect that in the short term, at least, the Prime Minister will manage to get this off the front pages, certainly. Not least because my guess would be that throughout February, and we've got the budget in March, there'll be a series of, you know, flashy announcements about, you know, there's a new train station opening in a seat we happen to have just won from the Labour Party by pure coincidence, or we're doing this, or we're levelling that. If they've got any sense, they've got a series of announcements ready for February to take the front pages. It'll come back onto the front page when we get near the deadline for asking for transition. But I think because this is a detail story and a technical story, and it won't involve political fights, there's an 80-seat majority in a government that looks quite unified, it won't be quite as fun to report, and I suspect that might push it down in the newspaper.
Might get some sleep, though.
I think
you'll have to decide which story to run every day, though, which is a big change.
We're already in that world.
But no, I was just going to add, I mean, I think I found it fascinating, the coverage of the withdrawal agreement bill finally getting royal assent. And this was, you know, the legislation that would allow us to leave the EU. And, you know, at the end of last year, also all of 2019, you know, Parliament on the front pages, there was so much activity. And then I think when it finally happened, it was sort of with a whimper, really.
Oh, yeah.
No one really acknowledged it. And, you know, I talked about legislation going through, but, you know, environmental groups are going to be keeping an eye on the environment bill and the agriculture bill, but it's not going to be as fun because there's not going to be the same drama, because it should go through relatively easily.
My last question to you guys is, Boris Johnson's deadline is to get this done by December. Can he do it by then? Is it feasible that we negotiate a new trade deal with the European Union by the end of the year? Or is he going to have to ask for an extension to the transition, something he said he's not willing to do? Or are we going to crash out with no deal? Which would you predict of those three outcomes are we heading towards?
Well, let me say several things about. There were lots of questions there. Firstly, if he wants to ask, in the past when we've asked for an extension, it's because the clock's been at sort of seconds to midnight. It's been, oh my God, we've got to ask for an extension. The rules this time say if you want to ask for an extension, you've got to do it by the end of June, which is long before seconds to midnight in terms of December. So actually the same dynamic won't apply. So it's a lot harder to ask for an extension. And if you miss that deadline, it's quite hard to extend, is the first thing. Yes, you can get a very, very simple trade deal negotiated and done with the European Union. It'll probably only cover goods. You've got to ask about what happens about services, what happens about counter-terrorism, police cooperation, military cooperation, foreign policy cooperation. We just do that later on. We just leave it.
Can I ask about that? Because in that scenario, we're saying here we'll have kind of, as you said earlier, a bare bones deal, and we'll kind of build on it as time goes on. How does that work? Because there's a sort of set parameters for a deal to be done. So effectively, in that scenario, we sign a deal, and then we do what? Just years and years keep going on. We just keep adding things on top of it. Is that what you're sort of suggesting?
Well, I mean, there are two suggestions about this. If we miss the transition extension deadline, the end of June, we could either say to the European Union, let's sign an agreement that allows us to maintain the status quo as far as possible while we negotiate a deal. The problem with that is it's still a deal. It still needs to be ratified by the European Union, so the same hurdles apply. Or the European Union, out of its own benevolence, says we will put in place mitigating measures to make sure freight continues to travel over borders, there are enough licenses, that air transport isn't affected by this. The problem with that is they are unilateral measures from the European Union to protect themselves, but they will reserve the right to withdraw at their convenience. It's not a deal with us, and it keeps us in a state of limbo and uncertainty.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think, I mean, that's sort of what the plan was for no deals in some of these areas, was having these sort of unilateral measures around, sort of air travel is one example. So I think that's the key point, right, is that you can do certain negotiations, you might be able to conclude them by the end of the year, but other negotiations are likely to continue beyond. And as Anna says, that there doesn't offer any sort of guarantees for business, because at any point the EU can withdraw those unilateral measures. And I think it's also quite important to say that normally when you have negotiated a trade deal, you then have an implementation period afterwards where you give time for businesses to adjust to the new status quo. Whereas at the moment, that's not anything that anyone's really floated. So there's a big question about how you sort of overnight massively change your relationship with the EU and how you're ready to do that on sort of New Year's Day 2021. I mean, that's sort of, there's quite a big question about how you manage that, and it's not quite clear what they're going to say there. And I think actually on the sort of a final point, what we haven't really talked about is the hurdles on the EU side in terms of getting anything done by the end of the year. And it all comes down to what type of agreement we have, whether we just have an agreement which covers areas that sort of EU has exclusive competence over, so it's just EU rules, or whether we try and do a deal that covers also member state rules, so shared competence. And in mixed agreements, which those sorts of agreements are, you need to have ratification in every single member state and follow their sort of constitutional requirements, which might involve votes in every single member state's parliament, sometimes regional parliaments, and that takes a lot of time. So there's quite a big question actually about what sort of how broad we're trying to go in terms of ensuring we can get a deal done by the end of the year. And if we do something like security, which is really important for the UK and the EU, that would definitely cover mixed sort of competence, and that would take longer to be able to sort of ratify on the EU side. So there are some quite big questions about how that all works as well.
If I'm not mistaken, there was that state that was blocking the Canada.
Wallonia in Belgium.
So we could potentially get into a situation where that happens with the UK.
Well, yeah, just bear in mind, this is the only trade deal in history whose sole purpose is to make trade harder. So actually selling wins at home to your parliament is going to be hard, because usually parliaments will say, okay, what are we getting out of this? What, we've given them cars, are we getting wine? Where does the trade-off lie? This will be, well, trade's slightly harder, but not quite so much harder in this sector as in that sector. And politically, that's quite a difficult sell.
Fascinating chat. We could actually talk about this all day, but we won't.
For many, it is a brave new dawn. For others, a source of nothing but sadness and regret. But whatever your views and emotions, there is no doubt this is a momentous night because, like it or not, in 1 hour's time, we will leave the European Union. Brexit supporters, some of whom have fought and campaigned for this moment for a lifetime, are camped out in Parliament Square, preparing to see a once remote dream come true. The Prime Minister, arguably the man who did more than anyone to make it happen, and it is in Downing Street, where we expect some kind of message to be projected onto the facade of Number 10. Whilst in Brussels, they have already lowered the Union flag for the last time. We have correspondents across the country to record those who are celebrating and those who are protesting.
The biggest Brexit party is here in Parliament Square. We're promised music, speeches and the sound of Big Ben's bongs at 11.
And I'm here at what they're calling the big Brexit bashing morning, where the excitement is building as the minutes tick by.
And I'm with those who are mourning this moment. This party in Harrogate is all about saying thank you to the EU.
back here in the studio, we will assess what it all means, what happens next, and what opportunities and pitfalls may lie ahead. I'm joined, of course, by our political editor, Robert Peston, our national editor, Allegra Stratton, and our political scientist, Professor Jane Green from Oxford University, who has been tracking voter trends for more than a decade. And we will have a steady stream of guests to talk about trade, diplomacy, and the impact on all of us, both here and abroad. So please do stay with us for Brexit Night Live. Good evening. It's been a long time coming. Indeed, it has taken 1 referendum, 2 elections, and 3 prime ministers to get us here. But now, almost 4 years after that initial vote, we are less than an hour away from making good upon it. We'd probably all agree it has been quite a journey. On this special Brexit programme, we'll be counting down to 11 o'clock, the symbolic end of our membership of the European Union. That's midnight in Brussels, and indeed in Paris, Berlin, Madrid, and Rome, the capitals of our nearest continental neighbours. In Downing Street, too, they have just started their own countdown clock. There's a bit of a light show going on to try and make up for the fact that Big Ben won't be ringing in our exit because of the renovations to the clock tower. The silence in Parliament, there's a first time for everything, hasn't stopped Brexit supporters assembling outside to see in this new dawn. Nigel Farage is due to join them, and we'll be catching up with him as soon as we are officially out. In the meantime, Romilly Weeks reports on the comings and goings on our last day in the European Union.
For a new dawn rises on a new day.
Brexit means Brexit, and we're going to make a success of it.
We will remain friends until the end of days.
Whether you believe it is a new dawn or the crushing of a dream, Britain is moving forward. Our prolonged nightmare of indecision over. Union flags raised. The moment that Britain redraws its relationship with Europe, actually upon us.
That's it. I've got it. Oh.
Having a little trouble getting into things today, the man who's steering us out took the cabinet on a symbolic trip to Sunderland, the first area to declare for leave in the referendum, and with its car manufacturers relying on frictionless trade, one that might be paying close attention to this admission that after our 11-month transition period, there will be new barriers for business.
There will be some friction, yeah, and we want to minimise that. It's in everyone's interest to minimise that, but we will be an independent country, and as an independent country, we will respect the fact that the EU says the only way that you can have totally frictionless access to our markets is to accept our rules, our judges, and our political control. Will we vote to get rid of that?
Brexit did wonders for Boris Johnson's ambitions, just as it destroyed those of his predecessor. The Prime Minister, who didn't mean to start the process, had this to say about its ending.
Well, it's obviously a very big day for our country. Obviously, I led the campaign to stay in, but I always accepted the referendum result and knew this day would come.
So it doesn't look
Not a moment
nice.
too soon for Brexit Party MEPs, leaving, just not quietly.
Today we celebrate the beginning of our independence.
The Union flag was
Run.
removed.
Let's watch something else.
Sorry guys, we're going to have to close, we've got to evacuate, I'm afraid. What? Everyone's going to have to go, I'm afraid. There's been a terrorist incident.
fight, scuffle, but that's kind of normal around here, so just ignored it, kept my head down, and then just saw people pushing other people against walls sort of around Lidl, and then I heard like a shout. And then
Why would
everyone
you
ran
want
off,
this?
and one guy laying on the floor, and definite
This
blood
doesn't look
around
nice. I'm gonna bulldoze it. Sorry. Doesn't look nice. I mean, it's nice if it's like in... This is like a fancy neighborhood, so I'm gonna take it out and... something else.
Recording this one. Two armed men in plain clothes. One of them puts on a police cap. Pedestrians are confused as undercover officers surround a man on the ground.
Why they shot him?
From the voices of those filming this scene, we know the man has already been shot.
Gone down twice.
He's either dead or dying. According to witnesses, moments earlier he'd been stabbing people in the street. But undercover officers were quick to the scene. It's not clear why, but the new arrivals keep their distance. Then the Met's armed response team arrive. They approach with caution. Witnesses say the man on the ground was wearing what could have been an explosive vest. Now there's a sudden turn of events as police rapidly urge pedestrians to clear the area.
I see people were screaming and running down the high street, and behind those people was a guy who was sort of like, I'm sure it was a vest, that he was running same time, and the police were after him with a gun, and they were telling him stop, that which he did not stop, and all I've seen that had to shot him 3 times.
I just saw like a sort of fight, scuffle, but that's kind of normal around here, so just ignored it, kept my head down, and then just saw people pushing other people against walls sort of around Lidl, and then I heard like a shout, and then everyone ran off, and one guy laying on the floor, and definite blood around him.
We now know why officers reacted so quickly. The attacker was under surveillance at the very moment he struck. One eyewitness filming turns back up the high street, and here pedestrians tend to those wounded by the stabbings. Someone filming from a balcony captures the full horror of what's happened. This is not a high-profile target area, just an ordinary high street. No famous landmarks. But the stabbings here bear resemblance to the London Bridge attack of a little over 2 months ago, where 2 people were killed by someone recently released from prison. And what it seems is that even someone being followed under surveillance, they can, if they're determined enough, bring terror to the UK. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Testing times for Bahrain's navy. Tension between the US and Iran means patrols like this one are increasingly important. The sailors speak the language of the sea. Their aim, to reassure tankers it's safe in the Gulf, despite attacks last year blamed on Iran. This warship's part of an international coalition set up to deter Tehran from striking again. The captain told me about the mission, run out of a US naval base in Bahrain.
When we are in our patrolling area, we give the trust to other mission ships when they are passing through our duty area. when they see us, they feel safe.
Do you imagine that this maritime security construct is going to be needed for, for a good few months, possibly even years?
I think yes, because being part of this mission is not that much important for the naval forces as it is very important for the shipping companies.
Perhaps so, but it must also be a comfort for his warship to be linked up with bigger allies like Britain and the United States, also part of the coalition. Together, they seek to navigate a way through this highly unpredictable crisis.
We're standing here, we've got like these Eathsea missiles down there, a reminder that this ship does have some serious firepower.
Yeah, I mean, we're a small missile corvette. However, we pack a powerful punch. We have surface-to-surface missiles, and as well we have helicopter capabilities.
The crew of the Al Maharak is ready to fight if needed, but their mission is defensive, to deter attacks on commercial shipping. Much of the world's oil and gas passes through this region, so a crisis here has global consequences.
We're in waters off Bahrain. Iran's coastline lies about 100 miles from here. It's calm now, but this area was incredibly tense last month after the US killed a top Iranian general in Iraq. An anticipated Iranian response could have included attacks against US military targets in Bahrain or against international tankers in these waters. It didn't, but everyone's still on alert.
There's a hope that by advertising their presence, it will help to deter trouble. It's a gamble, but this tiny Gulf state has little other choice. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Bahrain.
In a busy corner of North London, they've already demolished 2 hotels, 900 rooms, and excavated 20,000 bodies from a burial ground. Work on the high-speed rail link has been going on for 2 years at this site, but its future still hangs in the balance. Construction has also started in Birmingham, and the Conservative mayor for the West Midlands is one of the most energetic voices in favour of the rail link.
We've just emerged from the sort of paralysis of Brexit. We want to be that global Britain. Companies have invested hundreds of millions of pounds, if not billions of pounds, on the back of the HS2 decision already taken in 2015. Are we really going to go back on our word?
When I interviewed Boris Johnson before the last election, he said that infrastructure was the most radical policy initiative that he had. Do you think this is an example of that?
I do. I think it is the example of infrastructure investment actually driving an improvement in opportunities, job opportunities critically, in the cities of the Midlands and the North. Now, we know the politics of this are really clear. He was elected by breaching the Red Wall in the Midlands, in the North, 6 more seats just in my part of the West Midlands. People want to see investment.
Phase 1 of the route will run between London to Birmingham, with Phase 2 linking Crewe, Manchester and Leeds. But critics claim the project doesn't do enough to help commuters in the north of England.
I think it's the wrong project and a very expensive project for trying to achieve the connection between the north and the Midlands and the south. But the real problem I have is that it doesn't solve the biggest problem of the lot, which is the appalling commuter services around Manchester, Leeds, Birmingham, Nottingham, which people rely on every day, and it does nothing to help that.
A final decision on whether to go ahead with HS2 is expected to be announced next week, but much of the parliamentary opposition comes from Boris Johnson's own side.
In my view, the decision is clear. The project has been flawed from the beginning. It was put forward on vanity grounds, frankly. The economics didn't add up. And of course, it's put forward on costs of 35 billion, and it's going to be at least 3 times that much now. We need to invest in infrastructure, just not this vanity project. We should cancel it and spend the money elsewhere.
There are clearly many Conservative MPs who are uneasy about HS2. How big in scale do you think any rebellion could be in Parliament?
Well, it's hard to see where there's scope for rebellion. I don't think that anybody's going to vote against the budget or something like that. But what you're going to find is a large number of Northern and Midlands MPs, actually the new MPs, a large number of them saying, this is a waste of money. How can we justify this? And it won't make them confident in their government's decision. So that's a bad start. That's why this will be a bad decision.
I mean, how many are we talking about here? Can you give us a bit of an idea of numbers?
I've never done a count. All I can tell you is that the majority of the new MPs I've talked to are against it, and many of the older backbenchers whose judgment in financial matters I trust, well, actually all of them are against it. So you're talking certainly dozens, possibly a lot more than that. I think more than half the backbenchers.
This is exactly the kind of big-ticket infrastructure project that appeals to the Prime Minister, giving him a chance to put on his high vis and promise to get Britain moving. HS2 will put him on a collision course with dozens of his own MPs back in Westminster, but with a majority of 80, Boris Johnson might not care. Cornered by a 10-year-old, Boris Johnson gave his biggest hint yet that HS2 will go ahead.
So we're in a hole, we're in a mess, but we've got to get out of it, and we need a way forward. So we're thinking about how to sort it out now.
Well, I'm sure with you as Prime Minister, I'm sure you'll get out of the deep hole. Is it a deep hole or is it a small one?
It's in a hole the size of HS2, the only thing to do is keep digging.
After years of uncertainty, it seems the diggers will keep moving, but the Prime Minister will hope he doesn't end up stuck in a political hole. Tomorrow, the Prime Minister will make a big speech setting out the UK's position ahead of trade negotiations with the EU. Joining us to discuss this from central London is the Foreign Secretary, Dominic Raab. But I just want to start, if it's OK, Mr Raab, with the news this morning that a small group of Britons who didn't make it onto that first evacuation flight from Wuhan, the city at the centre of the coronavirus outbreak, are now understood to be returning to the UK. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, of course, we had the first flight on Friday with 83 UK nationals returning to the UK, 41 others, including Europeans. And it's a good example of how, even though we're leaving the EU, we'll still continue a lot of that important cooperation. And it's correct that there is a further French flight that is expected back in Europe today, and that will carry some UK nationals. And I'm very grateful for the cooperation that we've had, first of all, with the Spanish Foreign Minister, but also the French authorities. And as I said, it's a good example of how, even though we're leaving the EU, we'll be cooperating with our friends and partners very effectively.
Can you confirm how many British nationals are on that flight, and also why they weren't on the first flight that the UK put on?
Well, I can't confirm the precise number. We'll see as they come into the UK. But the challenge has been immense. You'll know that the Hubei province is 9 times the size of Wales. We had a job to do to get the permissions for the charter flight going in, then the permissions to get the roadblocks eased for the UK nationals to get to the muster points. We had 4 coaches put on, and we delayed the original flight by 3 hours on the tarmac to try and make sure as many people could get out that wanted to get out. And obviously, as this flight with the French shows, we'll continue to work for those that didn't make the first flight to give them the cooperation, the support and the reassurance that we can help them as best we can.
And what will happen to these people when they do reach the United Kingdom? Are they coming into Brize Norton?
Well, they'll go to the Arrow Park facility and all of the protections, the support that they need for the 14-day period will be put in place. So they'll be treated very well. And of course, the reason we need to do that is, on the one hand, we want to get the UK nationals that want to leave China out. On the other hand, we need to make sure we control and prevent the spread of the coronavirus because of the implications that would have. So that's the approach and the plan that we've put in place, and we've obviously been working with all of the NHS authorities and the Department of Health and the Health Secretary.
OK, thank you for that update. I'm keen to move on to Brexit because, of course, this is our first show now that we have officially left the European Union. And Boris Johnson's going to be giving a speech tomorrow where he's going to be setting out some of his priorities ahead of those trade talks. We're expecting him to say there'll be no alignment and no concessions. What does that actually mean? I mean, are we going to be following any EU rules?
Well, this is a great crossroads moment. We're leaving the EU. It's a moment for renewal, a moment for change. We're excited about the opportunities of Brexit, but also the wider agenda to level up the country. That's why we're in the northeast for Cabinet on Friday. And in relation to what the Prime Minister will set out, I mean, the reality is we've got a deal with the EU. It sets out the political declaration for the future relationship, and the points you made are well known. We're taking back control of our laws, so we're not going to have high alignment with the EU, legislative alignment with their rules, but we'll want to cooperate, and we expect the EU to follow through on their commitment to a Canada-style free trade agreement, and that's what we're pursuing. And there's great opportunity here for win-win. We're leaving, departing the EU, but it's a point of departure, not the point of arrival. There are huge opportunities with our EU friends, but also global opportunities. And I'll be travelling to Asia, to Australia, to Japan, to Singapore next week because of those as well.
Just to focus again on the briefing around the Prime Minister's speech, no alignment, no concessions. I mean, it seems pretty clear that the government is prioritising sovereignty over its own laws and rules, over frictionless trade, access potentially to the market. I mean, what this means is custom checks at the border and paperwork for business, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. But look, if you look at things like regulation, I don't think we should be defensive about it. When it comes to the minimum wage, when it comes to maternity leave, when it comes to environmental protections, for example, the restrictions here in the UK on single-use plastic, our regulations and our standards are higher. But I can reassure our EU friends and partners, we will not be insisting that they align with our rules as the price of a free trade deal with the UK. That's not the way free trade deals are done globally, and I'm sure that the EU will want to adhere to their commitment to a Canada-style, best-in-class free trade agreement, and there's great opportunity there on all sides.
I mean, clearly you can say that it's a price worth paying for sovereignty, but I think it's important to be honest about what not aligning with the EU means. It does mean custom checks at the border, doesn't it? And it does mean paperwork for business.
But the EU's been very clear about this. We've got the deal. You can examine the terms. It's not my word or anyone else's word. And the commitment is to avoid all of those things with a best-in-class free trade agreement. And I'm sure, and we're committed to it on our side, and I'm sure the EU will want to stay committed to the undertakings that they've made. That's what we expect. That's what negotiations are all about.
But if you're not aligning with the EU, then that does mean checks, it does mean paperwork, it does mean bureaucracy, it does mean cost for business, and frankly, it probably means job losses as well.
Well, it would be, I think, a step backwards by the EU in terms of the undertakings they've made, but we've been clear. It'll either be a Canada-style best-in-class free trade agreement or something looser, like the Australians have this 2008 economic partnership framework. But our commitment, the agreement that we made with the EU, was to avoid all of that, and I'm sure that they'll want to live up to the undertakings they've made, just as we'd expect to do the same. And the political declaration, if you look at it, it's very clear that we would maintain democratic control over our regulations. Of course, there are global standards that we entirely expect to live up to, and as I said, we expect to be a leader in environmental standards and workers' rights. And of course, unemployment in the UK is half the level it is in the Eurozone, so we shouldn't be defensive about this, and I'm sure there'll be some posturing on the EU side, but actually there's a great opportunity for a win-win deal. We've got the political declaration, and I think all sides should put the meat on the bones, if you like, to get that done. That was the understanding when we did the deal, the withdrawal agreement, and I think all sides should live up to it.
I wonder if I can detect a bit of frustration on your behalf directed at the EU. We're told that the government's privately infuriated with the EU for apparently changing the terms of the deal. What exactly does that mean? Are you angry?
We'll keep our cool during these negotiations. I think we've learnt a lot from the experience of the deal that we've done on the withdrawal agreement. But what we're not going to do is have the same dynamic where we're told that there are red lines that must shift and this, that and the other. The issue of alignment, the one that you've raised with me, is just not going to happen. It's not a question of being red lines, it's not on the negotiating table, it's not even in the negotiating room. And that was the common understanding that we signed the withdrawal agreement, and we said, and it was Donald Tusk, Michel Barnier said to me that once we'd sorted out the Northern Ireland Protocol, once we got the withdrawal agreement, the offer by the EU was a Canada Plus style agreement. Well, obviously, we expect them to live up to those commitments. So I don't think it's a question of frustration. We will hold them to account for the undertakings they've made, and we'll live up in good faith and with a good spirit of optimism, of goodwill, to get that deal done.
I wonder if there's an issue, though, in the terms of the relative sides of the UK and the EU. Leo Varadkar, the Irish Prime Minister, said this week the UK has yet to come to terms with the fact it's now a small country. He went on to say that the EU's got a population and a market much bigger than the UK's. So if these were two teams up against each other playing football, who do you think has the stronger team? Is he right?
I think Leo Varadkar is in the midst of a, shall I say, very competitive election in Ireland, and I'm not going to interfere in Irish politics, and I'd probably suggest that he wants to refrain from doing the same. Actually, we've got a good bilateral relationship with the Irish. We just worked together really well to restore the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Executive. That's really important. I'm sure all of that cooperation will continue. And for the UK as a whole leaving the EU, it's, as I said, a point of departure, not the point of arrival, but we're excited. This is about bringing the country together now. We want some unity going forward, and it's about the optimism and the ambition of what and as a nation and as a country and all the nations of the United Kingdom can achieve. And we're not going to apologise about being optimistic for the future.
We'll be talking to Arlene Foster a little later on the show, the First Minister in Northern Ireland. If you don't want alignment with the EU, that's going to mean custom checks in the Irish Sea. It's going to mean issues for Northern Ireland, isn't it? Is it right to be upfront with people?
Well, no, because of the deal we've done with the EU. We've ended the risk of all of those worst-case scenarios, all those disruptions. We want to make sure that, and I'm sure they will, the Irish and the EU will live up to the commitments they've made, and we're committed to it. And, of course, Northern Ireland will leave the EU with the United Kingdom, will avail itself of not just the seamless trade with the UK, but with the rest of the EU, and will have the opportunity to be part of the global free trade agreements we're doing. And as I said at the outset, I'm going to be off next week to Asia, to Australia, to Japan, to Singapore and to Malaysia. And there are huge opportunities for all quarters of the United Kingdom with the liberal, energetic and ambitious approach to free trade we're going to do. And that's good for, remember, the businesses in this country, good for consumers, it means more choice.
I just want to come back on the issue of checks. I just want to come back on the issue of checks, because if the UK decides to diverge, if you don't want to align with the EU, there will be checks. I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong, whether it is a price worth paying or not, but it's just worth being upfront with people, isn't it?
No, it's directly in conflict, not just with the withdrawal agreement, but the undertakings in the political declaration. So, of course, we expect those assurances and those agreements to be kept to. That's why we've done this deal. It's a package. But the point I was making is I think we need to put the relationship that the UK has with the EU in the wider context of the agenda that we've got.
So when Michel Barnier says there will be checks...
That's really important.
He's wrong.
That's really important. But so are the global opportunities, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region. Massive growth opportunity for the United Kingdom.
Just to talk about checks, though, so when Michel Barnier says there will be checks, he's wrong, is he?
Yes.
Okay.
He's wrong if the EU lives up to its commitments on its side, both in the withdrawal agreement but also the political declaration.
Now, according to the Sunday Times, you've ordered British diplomats to sit separately from their EU counterparts at international summits. I just wonder, because on foreign policy, it feels to me as if the UK has got a very similar position on most of the major issues to our EU allies, whether it's Huawei, the Iran nuclear deal, policy in the Middle East. Is this about posturing rather than policy?
No, it's simply, for example, in the WTO, we'll have separate independent membership. Of course, we'll assert the UK position robustly, ambitiously and optimistically. But you're quite right, we'll continue to cooperate with our European partners and friends. And whether it's on the Iran nuclear deal and triggering the dispute resolution mechanism, which I cooperated very closely with my French and German opposite numbers, or in relation to the coronavirus flights coming back, and I've cooperated very closely with the French authorities and my Spanish opposite number. Of course, all of that cooperation will continue, but we will speak for the UK people and for the UK interests, just as other members of the WTO or other organisations do. So I think that's natural. That's exactly what people expected as we leave the EU, and I think it can be done not in an adversarial way, but in a confident and ambitious way.
OK, now I just want to move on to the case of Harry Dunn, the teenage motorcyclist killed in a road accident. The woman who the police wanted to charge with his death, the driver, has fled to the US claiming diplomatic immunity. Now, you met with the US Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, this week. Did you raise this case with him, and what did you say?
Oh, yes, I did. And in fairness, Mike Pompeo, at a policy exchange event, which all the media came to, talked about it as well. And we made it very clear, and on behalf of the UK, we want to see justice for Harry Dunn and his family. We think Anne Sakoulas needs to come back and face justice. And we're committed to the arrangements being put in place to make sure that kind of case can never happen again. And as we've always said, we've got a good relationship with our American friends and allies, and we'll always talk honestly about these issues because they're incredibly important. And I, of course, met the Dunn family in advance of that meeting, because I want them to have confidence that we're taking up this case and all the aspects of it in the candid way that they would expect.
I mean, you sound very calm talking about this, but so far the US has just blithely ignored all our requests and entreaties on behalf of the family of this dead teenage boy. The Dunn family said recently, a spokesperson for the Dunn family said that you're incandescent with rage over the case. Are you angry?
Look, we are frustrated with this. I want to see justice for...
Are you frustrated or angry?
Well, I'll choose my own words carefully, and obviously I met with the family, and I totally understand the acute frustration that they feel. There are two aspects. There's the case, and we want Nancy Koulis to come back, and the Home Office and the CPS have put in the extradition request, so that track is there. We're obviously pursuing that. At the same time, there are a whole range of measures that we want to put in place to make sure that a case like this can never happen again, and we're pushing rigorously on behalf of the family, but also other people in this country who would expect us to do that.
And then just finally, we are looking at HS2, the high-speed rail link, a little later on the show. We've got a report that we'll be showing. We're expecting a decision on that soon from the government. Boris Johnson appeared to let slip earlier this week to a 10-year-old on Sky's FYI children's programme that potentially construction was going to keep going. He said, in a hole the size of HS2, the only thing to do is to keep digging. So should we be reading into that the government's about to give HS2 the green light?
Well, as you say, we've got a review underway. We're looking at all of the aspects to it in terms of value for money, but the connectivity, the crucial issue about making sure that the north is joined up and can tap into all the opportunities. And I'm not going to prejudice or preempt the decision that we made formally shortly.
OK, Dominic Raab, thank you very much for being on the programme this morning.
Nice to talk to you.
Tonight, the emotional reaction to a star athlete's death. Retired NBA legend Kobe Bryant is killed in a helicopter crash. His legacy and the reaction from those who knew him best. Also tonight, the first Canadian case.
We completely understand that there's a lot of anxiety.
What we know about the coronavirus patient in Toronto. Plus, how health authorities across the country are protecting you and how you can protect yourself. And an Alberta family demands answers after a woman dies of dehydration in a long-term care home.
I feel like a hitman because we were paying to have our mother killed.
This is The National. Kobe Bryant was one of the NBA's most famous and most polarizing players, but there is no argument that he was one of basketball's greatest and influential off the court. Tonight, his friends and fans are reeling. This is the wreckage of the chopper he was in after it slammed into a hillside northwest of Los Angeles. Bryant, just 41 years old. He won 5 championships during his 20-year run with the LA Lakers, a marquee player. With him today, his daughter, Gianna, killed along with 7 others. Paul Hunter now on Bryant's life and its tragic end.
Witnesses heard an explosion, and for hours afterwards, smoke billowed in the hills outside Los Angeles. The helicopter that had been carrying Kobe Bryant and others lay as a crumpled wreck.
Individuals that saw the aircraft said it was coming down at a fairly significant rate of speed and impacted the ground on the hillside behind me.
Word spread quickly that among those killed was the former NBA star. The shock deepened when it was also learned that Bryant's 13-year-old daughter, Gigi, was killed alongside him. NBA players throughout the country today were stunned. As the Toronto Raptors got set to play in San Antonio this afternoon, darkness.
Earlier today, the NBA lost one of the greatest to ever play the game.
And after a moment of silence for Bryant when the game began, players immediately paused everything in their own tribute to one deemed an all-time great. Indeed, for 2 decades, Kobe Bryant was a transcendent player. 18 All-Star games as a Los Angeles Laker, 5 league championships, 2 Olympic gold medals, even an Academy Award in 2018 for the short film Dear Basketball.
I ran up and down every court
close ball for you.
Incredibly, Bryant once scored 81 points, 81 in a game against the Raptors. 81-point game! But Bryant's career was not without controversy. In 2003, he was accused of sexual assault. He later apologized and settled a civil suit out of court. His popularity waned, though over time it rebounded, and he retired as a fan favorite with a flourish. In his final game, scoring 60 points.
Most points scored by a player in the NBA this year.
Tonight, the league, its players, and fans everywhere mourn. Paul Hunter, CBC News, Washington.
Kobe Bryant had that rare privilege in professional sports, being able to play for one team for his entire career, the Los Angeles Lakers, whose home stadium for most of his run was Staples Center. Zuleka Nathu is there.
Kobe, 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 this is a juxtaposition of scenes. Outside, you have chants, you have fans that have gathered in droves to the point where it's so packed we can't even get near the actual memorial of flowers and candles and cards, which are over here. You have pictures of Kobe everywhere. And beyond the barricade, inside the Staples Center, you have the Grammy Awards going on, music's biggest night. There are fans here with jerseys, fans who have grown up with watching Kobe Bryant. And I have two here, Adrian and Brandon.
Yes.
So tell me what brought you here.
I mean, Kobe's some guy I looked up to my whole life. I admire this guy. He's a legend to me, and I looked up to him so much. And to have this happen, it hurts my heart, man, because he was a god to me. He was a god, and he was so loved, and it just happened out of nowhere. And it hurts my soul hearing that.
And Kobe Bryant wasn't just an athlete. It was something he wanted to show people that he could do so much more. In fact, in 2018, he won an Academy Award for his animated short film, Dear Basketball. I was in the press room behind the scenes when he won the award, and he wanted to make it known to people that he was not just about athleticism or about sports, that he was still growing and he was still reinventing himself. Zuleka Nathu, CBC News, Los Angeles.
Kobe Bryant's reach extended well beyond Los Angeles, and today people in Canada and around the world paid tribute to him. Anita Bath has been tracking that part of the story.
I came from this neighborhood and we don't really have many role models to look up to.
Kobe Bryant was more than just a basketball star for Wayne Hong.
So for me, when I see Kobe, I see all the hard work and dedication. He gave me something to strive for.
For some of these folks playing hoops in Vancouver, Bryant played an important role.
His mentality that helped us through school, education, how we impacted the community too. That's what Kobe did for us.
His legacy is complex, but his impact has been felt around the world.
It's very difficult for me to put in words how I feel about the loss of Kobe Bryant.
No words to express the pain I'm going through. I'm sick right now, tweets Shaquille O'Neal. Barack Obama calls Kobe a legend, someone who was just getting started in what would have been just as meaningful a second act.
We didn't see all that we could have seen from Kobe Bryant, and I would have liked to have seen what else he would have accomplished with his life.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver says Bryant was generous with the wisdom he acquired and saw it as his mission to share it with future generations of players. True words for these fans in Vancouver.
Growing up as an immigrant here in Canada, just persevering through a lot of tougher times, he's motivational to I think a lot of people in the basketball community.
And outside Bryant's Mamba Academy, a growing memorial and a moment of silence from young players hoping to one day be just as good as their idol. Anita Bath, CBC News, Vancouver.
Kobe Bryant's last public pronouncement came on Twitter last night in response to this.
There's James, goes across the lane, lays it up, and lays it in, and there it is. He just became the third leading scorer in NBA history, passing Kobe Bryant.
Kobe's words of praise continuing to move the game forward, King James. Much respect, my brother. Hashtag 33644. King James, of course, referring to LA Laker LeBron James, and that number is James' all-time score, breaking Bryant's record. The other major story we're following tonight, the spread of coronavirus. Canada now has one presumed case, and the expectation is there will be more. Still, the message from health officials today, the risk of an outbreak here is low. In China, it's a very different story. The number of confirmed cases now tops 2,700. The number of deaths, 80. We'll take you there as hundreds of doctors and the military pour into the city at the center of it all. Here at home, we'll look at how our federal government is responding and what we're learning about how the virus might spread. But we start with what is known about that Canadian case and the search now underway for some of the people who were on that man's flight to Toronto. Here's David Common.
The 50-year-old man left Wuhan, China, the virus's epicenter, on Tuesday, later boarding a 16-hour flight to Toronto. It was on board that symptoms first appeared, though on arrival at Pearson Airport, no flags were raised by officials.
This patient was not reported to us, no.
5 days later, authorities are now searching out and contacting passengers seated within 2 meters of the infected man. On Wednesday, he walked out from here, headed home in a private car, but by Thursday his symptoms were worsening and his family called 911. That prompted the health system that had long prepared for this moment to kick into high gear, sending paramedics to that home in protective gowns and masks. It would have looked something like this as the ambulance brought him here, Toronto's Sunnybrook Hospital, which immediately put the man in isolation.
The patient will not be discharged until we can be assured that they have fully recovered.
Meanwhile, a passenger from the man's flight tells CBC he was not contacted by public health. So he called them and says he was told to monitor himself for symptoms. He's chosen to self-quarantine for 14 days because he doesn't want to be a burden to society. He did not want to be identified, worried about the stigma associated with coronavirus, pointing out Chinese Canadian children he knows are being bullied and told to keep a safe distance by other kids. The first patient's family is quarantined, though at home. He is in stable condition in hospital. A good reminder that while coronavirus can be deadly, it has only been in a small minority of cases.
We completely understand that there's a lot of anxiety and questions in the general public, and that is very understandable.
The virus is now crossing borders really around the world, a step that health authorities say was inevitable because it's being carried by infected passengers from China. Those health authorities now preparing for the potential next wave, and that is the possibility of human-to-human transmission right here in Canada. But for most people, they stress, that is very unlikely. David Common, CBC News, Toronto.
That message to stay calm but vigilant is coming from the federal government today. Ashley Burke with how it's responding to the virus's arrival in Canada and the anxiety that came with that.
Canada's top health officials want to make it perfectly clear.
The risk is extremely low for Canadians, that there is no need for Canadians to be alarmed.
They're battling fear and also misinformation that's popping up on social media.
It's unfortunate that misinformation is creating a perception for Canadians that belies the reality.
Officials say Canada's ready to quickly detect and stop the virus from spreading.
Any imported cases, we will be rapidly preventing any further spread from that case.
Lessons learned from the SARS outbreak in 2003.
We have had 17 years or so since the SARS outbreak that has allowed for us to have a much more collaborative, much more responsive system.
That system centers around constant communication. Minister Haidu and Dr. Tam fielding calls from each other, provinces, federal departments, and international partners like the World Health Organization.
We have activated our Emergency Operations Center at the Public Health Agency.
And tomorrow the Prime Minister meets with the Incident Response Group and Emergency Committee. But there is criticism. Some are calling for stricter screening and detection measures at airports, where right now self-reporting plays a big part.
Obviously, the stewardess didn't notice because otherwise they would have flagged them at that point. So that failed. And then now, coming off of the plane, there's a screening kind of questionnaire. There's like a poster that says, if you're ill, please report. And so that should have been picked up at the terminal side. And that failed.
Another task for the federal government is dealing with the 67 Canadians so far registered in China's Hubei province under lockdown. Canada hasn't sent a plane to get Canadians out, but it does have consular officials on standby to help. Ashley Burke, CBC News, Ottawa.
No question, the center of the fight against the virus is in China, where officials are going to extraordinary lengths to contain the outbreak, and where so far it's not enough. Soon after appearing in Wuhan, it quickly spread to China's largest cities and to virtually every corner of the country. This despite government travel restrictions affecting tens of millions. Charting the course of the epidemic so far, the steep increase of infections and deaths, the curve suggests this is far from over.
So recently I made a video about The King, which is a film starring Henry VII. Well, it doesn't actually, that's completely wrong. It's a film about Henry V starring Timothy Chalamet. Brilliant intro. So recently I made a video about The King and how accurate the Battle of Agincourt was in the portrayal in this film. And a lot of people in the comments section said something like, but wouldn't Henry have had a French accent or be speaking French? And you know what I say to that? No, he wouldn't be. Alright everyone, so thank you very much for watching. This has been History with Hub. But then, okay, I guess the question then would be, when did English kings stop speaking French and start speaking English? So this video is going to be about when English kings started to speak English. Now remember that this question really should be, when did English kings stop speaking French and start speaking English again? Because history doesn't start in 1066 with the conquest of the Normans. English kings spoke English in the Anglo-Saxon period. Granted, this English does look rather different to the English that we speak and write today, but this is in fact Old English. It's from the preface to the Pastoral Care, which was possibly written by King Alfred the Great himself. that's something to bear in mind. But of course, in 1066, the Normans from the northern part of France invaded England and defeated the English king Harold Godwinson in the Battle of Hastings, and this starts the Norman period of English history. Now, the Norman nobles were French speakers. They were actually speaking Norman French, which is something that I want to get into in another video because that adds some very interesting things. It's an interesting language in its own right. It still is a language today. Obviously, that would have been an older form, just as Old English is an older form of English. But it also has some interesting, there's some interesting things come from the fact that it was Norman French rather than, let's say, French that influenced English. But that's for another video. This is also, we get words from this Norman French, so we get words like beef, like pork and forest. A lot of the time, these words, you'll know that, beef, well, it's not really an English cognate for beef, but with pork, it's from a pig. With beef, it's from a cow. For forest, you can say something like wood. A lot of the time, we have an English variant of this word that has also come into modern English from French, and sometimes we also get a few grammatical rules from French, but it's mostly vocabulary, especially the kind of posher, more higher class vocabulary that comes in from the French language. Now, of course, William was a Norman, and the majority of the knights in his army were Norman, but there were also some who spoke Picard. There were also some Flemings and some Bretons as well, but Flemish and Breton have not really influenced English very much at all because of this. But essentially, Picard is important, and there were some other French-like languages that were being spoken, or dialects. It's unclear how different these were at the time. And so this amalgamation that came to be spoken in England became known as Anglo-Norman French, and this was spoken for several hundred years. It evolved. It was used as a written text, as legislative language, as well as a spoken language by the aristocracy. Now, French was reinforced because, of course, this was the nobility was speaking French, but the general population, most people were still speaking English. Now, the French speaking was then reinforced because the nobility and indeed the royals were getting married to princesses from France and to noblewomen from France. So, for example, I can think off the top of my head of Eleanor of Aquitaine, people like Margaret of Anjou. These were queens of England, and they, of course, were speaking French as a first language, and all the kings throughout the centuries after William were speaking French as their mother tongue. This was the higher class, and for the first 100 years as well, it was the nobility. They were all speaking French as their first language. But the nobility did start to marry into English noble families as well, and there is a shift then that occurs in the nobility first, that they start to pick up English. They start to being able to speak English. Of course, it's very useful to be able to speak English when the vast majority of the population doesn't speak French. There are, as well, of course, lots of people in the general population who wanted to learn French because it's a status language. It meant you could communicate with your betters, but also eventually the nobility start to switch over to English just because of it makes life quite a lot easier, as well as the fact that they were at war with the French. This is, of course, the 100 Years' War, and there were instances before then, the severing of the ties with the lands in France. But I'll get onto that in just a second. However, for the kings, we do get a picture that this is changing as well. For example, Richard II in 1381, during the Great Peasants' Revolt led by Wat Tyler, he actually goes up and he speaks to the rebels. And of course, if he's speaking to the rebels, it's the Peasants' Revolt. These guys clearly aren't speaking French, so this must mean that Richard could speak English. And we have evidence for other English kings before him as well being able to speak English. But this is quite a nice example because actually it's the successor to Richard, this bloke, who is Henry IV. Now, Henry IV is also known as Henry Bolingbroke because Henry IV actually usurped the throne. He took it from Richard by force and probably killed him in the Tower later on. And that's quite an important thing. Now, his mother wasn't French, and his father, John of Gaunt, is one of the founders of the House of Lancaster that would go on to rule England. Would have several monarchs, 3 in total, that lasted a while anyway. And then you get the Wars of the Roses, of course. But what's important is that he usurped the throne, and this means that he wasn't raised as a prince. He was just raised as a member of the nobility, and as I already mentioned, the nobility was switching over into English, already had done so during this period. And so he was raised in English as his mother tongue, not French like all the kings of England had been up to that point. So when he became king, that meant he was the first king of England after William the Conqueror to be having English as a first language, as his mother tongue. And of course, this is then the same for his son, Henry V, who is of course the Henry V from The King. He's also the first one, interestingly enough, to start to write in English. The written record is then being kept in English as well. This had always been done in French, and his personal correspondence was actually written in English as well. So this really is his first language and the language that he's using pretty much all the time. He did speak French, I think we're fairly certain about that. He probably spoke several languages, but English was his first language. And of course, another important point for Henry V's reign, less so for Henry IV's reign, but this was also something that was playing during the time of Edward III and of Richard II, is that the English were at war with the French. So, you know, it's probably not a good idea genuinely to be speaking the same language as the people you're fighting, and that, you know, potentially a majority, definitely a majority of your army at the time would be speaking a different language. If the king is speaking the same language as the people he's sending those guys out to go and fight and die against, that's, you know, it's not great. So there is definitely that kind of sense that they switch over into English because that's their language and it's not the language of the people they're fighting, which was French. That definitely plays a part. So the 100 Years' War, also important for the language shift there. Alright everyone, so this has been quite a quick video, but I saw quite a few comments on the King video, and I wanted to go into this. Of course, I love my languages, and especially history and things like that, so if you put them together, I just enjoy making random short little videos like this about when the language changed in England. Now, I do have a video up about the Normans, which I'd highly recommend you watch. I'm going to have another one up, or I may already have one up, I honestly do not know, about the Anglo-Norman language, or the Norman language, and how that differs from sort of your standard French, and the kind of interesting effects that has on certain words and rules in English. So I hope you have enjoyed or will enjoy that one. This is how chaotic I am. I don't know when I'm going to record anything or when I upload anything. It's student life. But thank you very much for watching. I've been History with Hilbert, and I hope you join me again soon. The Vikings. They came, they saw, and they conquered. And then they started to speak French. Now, most of you who watch this channel will know that the term Norman is really a shortening of the term Northman, or Nordmani if we're using the original form of the word, which relates to men from the north, so Scandinavians or Vikings, whatever you want to call them. But of course, the Normans that invaded England in 1066 were a very different kind of man to the ones that we normally associate with the Vikings. So in this video, I want to look at how did these Vikings, let's say these Scandinavians, become the Normans that we sort of associate with the word today. And that's what I want to explore today. I actually want to mention the video's sponsor, who I've actually been using their videos to learn about this topic about the Normans, and the sponsor is Magellan TV. Now, this is a new documentary type of streaming service. You pay for a membership and you can actually get a free trial, and there is actually also an exclusive offer for watchers of my channel, which I'll talk about at the end here. But I've actually been watching this series which just came out about the Normans to learn about this period. They actually have a really big range of different topics, so not just about the Normans. They have lots of things about history, ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, into the more modern period, the Middle Ages, and just this one about the Normans, as well as things about science and space and nature. Honestly, anything that you really want to watch a documentary about, they will have on Magellan TV. They have an awful lot of things, so I'm really glad that they've agreed to sponsor this video today. If you go to the description below, you can find this as well and just click on the link. But with this code, with magellantv.com/historywithhilbert, you can get 1 month free trial for this service, and you can watch all of these documentaries on there. So I'd highly recommend you do that. It would really help me out if you did, and I think it's a great service, so definitely check out Magellan TV, and big thank you for sponsoring this video on the Normans. The Viking Age in Western Europe started at the end of the 8th century. In Eastern Europe it probably started a bit earlier. Actually, remind me to make a video about that in the comments below. I've read something very interesting. But that essentially meant that there were these armed bands of men from Scandinavia and possibly from other places too, going about and raiding monasteries and later towns and cities as well around the coastlines of Western Europe. Now, one of the places that they did this in was in Frisia as well, and the Franks, you know, they weren't too pleased about this because it was part of their empire and they were losing money there. So what they came up with was this idea to actually give parts of Frisia to various Danish warlords in the hope that they would then protect that area, those towns, especially Dorestad, the famous trading center, from other Viking Age attackers. If you're curious that's where Frisia is today. It's actually a certain country. It's really low, associated with the colour orange, lots of windmills, and it has a national anthem that is apparently a lot of you know. You know what's coming next. Okay, so an important note to make about these is that the official term for what was going on in Frisia was that this was a benefice, because these Danish warlords were beneficiaries of the land. They essentially became vassals of the Frankish emperor. So this wasn't becoming an independent little state for them. Sure, they might have run it that way, but they were essentially the bondsmen of the Frankish emperor at the time. And when they died, they would have the land taken off them again. It wouldn't go over to their son. Sometimes they'd then give it to another warlord. So for example, after Rorik dies, Rorik of Dorestad was there for a long time, it got given to a certain Godfrid, who they later killed because he was really quite bad at doing his job. But that is an important distinction to make, especially when I'm about to talk about Normandy, where the situation was quite different, but it's clearly inspired by what the Frankish rulers were already doing in Frisia at the time. So it's important to note that this area of Frisia, they'd been doing this system with Danish warlords and installing them as beneficiaries, because actually the various Viking groups had been coming and attacking the Frankish heartland as well. So Paris is besieged in 845 and at numerous other times, and the Vikings really, they made use of the rivers, and they would camp out around the mouth of the Loire and the Seine, and then they would use the rivers to penetrate deep inland and then to raid monasteries and get all kinds of booty there. And the Franks were none too pleased. Their armies often refused to fight against the Danes, and they had real trouble holding them back, especially when they were at the mouths of these rivers and using it as a launch pad to attack the countryside. And actually they were using these river mouths as such bases that they actually had some settlements around there already before the Duchy of Normandy became officially theirs, so to speak. There were already Norse settlements there from which they were attacking the heartland of the Frankish Empire. Now in 911, the Frankish king Charles the Simple decided to try a new approach with which to deal with the Vikings that were constantly attacking him. And actually, after having defeated a certain Viking chieftain called Rollo, which is the French version of the Old Norse name Hrolfr, he decided to treat with him and instead to grant him an area of land in return for his loyalty and the promise that he would stop any other Viking attackers coming down the great rivers to attacking places like Chartres, which he'd been attacking, and Paris as well. And this was ratified, we know from about this from Dodo of Cointin later on. It's called the Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte, and this was the treaty signed in probably around 911, which gave this ruler Rollo, this Hrolfr, gave him the land around the area that's now Normandy. Specifically, these were the Pagis, which was the word used at the time. I believe it's related to the French word paille, like Pas de Calais, which is obviously a region around Calais. And these regions that were granted to Rollo and his followers were the Caux de Evrançon, Roumois, and Talou originally. But then in 924, King Radolf, the successor of Charles, or one of his successors, decided to give more land to the Normans that they'd done well. They were holding the line against the further Viking invaders and the Viking attackers. And so he also gave the Bassin region and up to a certain river to the Normans as well. And this region had actually already been settled a little time before by Vikings, by Danes who came over from England and had decided to settle there. Now we also get in 933 that more land was actually given to the successor of Rollo, to his son William Longsword, and this was the land of Avranchin and Cotentin. The Cotentin is the peninsula which juts out. I'll show you on the map in just a second. And this is really important here, is that Cotentin was pretty much only settled by Norwegians, by Norsemen coming over. And this was really a solidly Scandinavian colony, rather than that they came in and that they were then with the local population. Because, of course, beforehand, there were some Viking settlements, there were some Scandinavian settlements around the mouths of the rivers. But for the rest, it was all just the Gallo-Romance population of the people who had been there, before and during the Roman time. Obviously, the leading officials were Franks, which had been a Germanic tribe, but the vast amount of people in the countryside probably still spoke some form of a kind of Latin language that obviously later became French as we know it today. So if we look on the map here, this is kind of the evolution that we see. This is the whole area that came under Norman control by around 933. And we see here, this is the main area. Now, this area was obviously largely settled then by these Gallo-Romance peoples, but the Cotentin Peninsula, I've just shaded in there, this was largely settled by these Norsemen. And so we see a difference in the nomenclature, in the toponymy, and the culture that we see in these various parts of Normandy. This also explains some of the place names we see around the Cotentin Peninsula. One of the most sort of crucially Viking ones that we can think of is Le Tangland, which seems very strange to say in French because, of course, this quite clearly comes from the Thing, which was the assembly for Scandinavians and for other Germanic peoples that we see around the the North Sea area. We also have other names that we might find and that we can trace back to Norse origins, like Haga, Sarnes, and Helganes. All of these are places we might expect to see in Norway or Denmark, but in fact we see them here on the north coast of France because of Normandy. But again, this is around that very solid, densely packed Scandinavian settlement of the Cotentin Peninsula, of these Norse comers that were there. For the rest of Normandy, there were definitely settlers that came, but these were then coming and they were intermingling with the rest of the population. So first of all, they would have brought wives from Denmark, from Norway, wherever they were coming from. Probably a lot of them were coming over from England. Some might have come over from Ireland as well. It was probably quite a big mixture that came, some from the Northern Isles and other places where Scandinavians were trading and living and fighting and raiding. But of course, soon they would run out of Scandinavians, or not even necessarily run out of Scandinavians to marry, but if you start living next to people, you might start fancying them and start having kids with them, and then you start to intermingle and assimilate into the local culture. So this is something that we see if I make this very simple diagram here, that let's say you have a Norse man and a Norse woman come, and then they have a child, and okay, so that child speaks Old Norse in the home and dresses in a certain way that the parents do. But let's say he then goes out and he gets married to a Frankish woman, then their child would of course have influences from both the Frankish side of the father, the Frankish side from the mother, and the North side from the father. And then if they go out and get with a Frankish person as well, then you can see that clearly the influence is there. If you've got a small number of Danes, it doesn't take long before everyone is, and this is just genetically Frankish. Culture, of course, doesn't work along such rigid lines, and so it's very easy for such a small population in the larger area of Normandy to become assimilated. Now, this is a process that we can see happening even just by looking at the names of the rulers of Normandy. The first ones, obviously, Hrolver Rollo is the Frankish version. The French version of that is an Old Norse name. Now, his son William is already ambiguous. That would be Guillaume for French, but obviously you've got Vilhjálmur if you want to turn that into an Old Norse name. But then his son Richard, that's not a particularly Old Norse name, and he also has a son called Richard, and then you get another William down the line. So you can see that the naming even of the rulers of the dynasty, that they become more Frankified as time goes on, and this is something we can expect to see in the general population, and indeed that we do see. Now, what's interesting is that Rollo's wife was actually the daughter of quite a famous count in the area, a Frankish count, and she was therefore also a Frank. So that's then already the second ruler. William Longsword is half Frankish genetically and probably culturally took quite a lot from that. And actually that's something we can infer, because in 927, just when he was into his reign, there was actually a rebellion against him because, well, they thought he was becoming too Frankified and wasn't Norse enough.
I don't understand because my
Old Norse
is very bad.
William managed to put down the rebellion and so continued to rule and continued the more Frankified direction of the ruling house over Normandy. He also got more lands, the aforementioned Avranchamp and Cotentin Peninsula, which had actually belonged to the Bretons, a very independent-minded people that he came into conflict with, because he was also loyal to the Frankish king at the time, which also brought him into conflict with Arnulf, who was a very famous, very powerful Duke of Flanders, and he actually had him assassinated with the death of the previous ruler of Normandy. With the death of William Longsword, he left his 10-year-old son Richard I, who would become the first actually named Duke of Normandy. Now, it's not sure whether this actually refers to any change in his legal standing with the King of France, or whether this was just a reference to his prestige in battle. And I was very tempted to sort of turn this whole video into a video about Richard, but I think I'm going to make a separate video about him because he's a real badass. He really cements the kind of Norman this idea that the Normans were unbeatable in battle, because he goes up against a lot of the enemies of his father, against Arnulf, against the French king, the Holy Roman Emperor, and he's able to defeat them all essentially, but with help from men from Scandinavia. So while they were becoming increasingly Frankified, they still had those ties to men across the sea, to the Scandinavians, and he receives help from King Harald. This is Harald Bluetooth in Denmark. He sends help down to him from Denmark, so there's clearly still an idea that they had come from across the sea, even though they were now 3 generations into living in Francia. Now, Rollo had agreed to become a Christian. William Longsword was a Christian too, and so was Richard. But during Richard's early reign, when he was just a minor, so during the Regency, there was some sort of relapse back to paganism in the area, and we do get some indications of cultic sites throughout Normandy. But we do also see on his coinage that clearly this is a Christian motif. You can see there the cross there. You can see Ricardus, which is Richard, and I think Rotomik Kivit, which will be Kivit, I think will be from town, so I think that'll be Rouen, where this coin was struck. So we can clearly see Christian imagery there, and being more involved with the surrounding Frankish Empire, despite this return to paganism by some in the area of Normandy, and despite his fighting against the Franks. Duke Richard did actually combat this and was probably a pious Christian himself. He brought men from the Rhineland, clerical men, clergymen from the Rhineland in, and he also gave a lot of land back to the church that had been taken from them, and gave new lands to them, and founded lots of monasteries within Normandy. So he is, remembered with quite a good rap by the church in this area. He also helped to place, to keep the king on the throne, and also to expand or even introduce entirely the feudal system. So really, this goes from being a Norse colony at that point to being really part of the rest of continental mainland Europe, thanks to his efforts at the time. But even so, we can still see the Scandinavian heritage. A lot of the Norman knights, they obviously weren't able to trace their lineages back to these Carolingian figures as those in the surrounding territory were. So they were often very poor, but very good fighters. And I think this is where they get their reputation from, the Normans, for being these excellent fighters, as I'm going to talk about in future videos as well. So thank you very much for watching this one. This one has obviously been about the Normans and about how the Scandinavians, or these Viking figures that came to pillage and plunder in Francia, settled down. They were given this area of land that was then named after them, and then they started to take on part of the local culture and become Frankified until, by the reign of Richard, I'd say he's clearly a Norman rather than a Scandinavian. And obviously by 1066, they were no longer speaking Old Norse at all. They were speaking Norman French, which I might actually make a video about as well, because that is actually the language which influenced Old English when it came over with the Normans, and so it's really quite an interesting one. Anyway, I hope you've enjoyed this one. Please do check out Magellan TV. It would help me out, and they have some great stuff on there. And stay tuned for more videos that I have coming. Give me a subscribe if you're new and you enjoyed it, and a thumbs up as well, and any comments, any questions you have in the comment section below. And I'll see you all again very soon. Hope everyone has a cracking day. Today I want to talk about a people that sailed across the oceans in search of treasure and trade and monopolies on valuable resources, and also who founded colonies across those vast oceans. Yes, I'm talking about... No, not them. Them. I also want to talk about another people who I hardly ever mention in my videos, which is surprising to some, the Romans. And now you might be thinking, well, what on earth have the Romans, who were around from 27 BC to 476 AD as an empire, whereas the Viking Age ranged from 793 AD to around 1066, depending on whose definition you choose, so clearly they were not contemporary of each other. However, there was a relationship between the ancestors of the peoples in Scandinavia who would become Vikings.
Why is it double?
And it's this that I want to explore a little bit in this video, because it's a very interesting topic. Pretty much from the get-go, the Roman Empire started to expand, but they ran into the problem that the more they expanded, they encountered new tribes that tried to invade, so the way to keep the bits of the empire safe was to invade those tribes. And this carried on in a very long cycle until they reached the Germanic peoples in northwestern Europe. And when they came into contact with these peoples, they obviously tried to conquer them and to pacify them, but of course in 9 AD the very famous Battle of Teutoburg Forest occurred. This was a catastrophic defeat in which 3 legions were completely annihilated, and the honour of Rome that had been built up for so many centuries had been lost in this catastrophic battle. Now afterwards they decided that instead of going in and trying to pacify the Germanic tribes time and time again through these deep forests in Magna Germania, what they would instead do is employ a new tactic, and that was to look at the tribes beyond those Germanic tribes that they were fighting on their frontiers. Of course, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and so they looked at the tribes in Scandinavia, the ancestors of the Vikings. Because of course, the Germans and the Danes have always been best of friends. While the days of the Empire are far behind us, you too can protect your assets. Not by hiring Scandinavians, but by downloading NordVPN, who is sponsoring
What
this
the hell
video.
is that?
Now, a virtual private network secures your internet searches and reroutes it through another server, whilst changing your IP address so that anyone trying to spy on your data will find a cyber Dannevirke stopping them in their tracks. One of my friends was in Hong Kong and China over the summer, and she was actually able to stay in touch with me despite all of the firewalls there because she had a VPN that she was using. Similarly, when I go traveling, I also get a VPN because it means that my data is protected when I'm using public Wi-Fi. I've also got a great deal to offer you, which is that there is 70% off all NordVPN, and you get an additional month free, followed by it only being $349.
I like this area.
Now, that is if
Woohoo,
you use
I
the
like this
code
area
HELBER.
right here.
So to reiterate, basically, if you follow this link, then you come to the page, you get 70% off.
It's
and
a high
an additional month free
school.
if you use the code Hilbert. Now, there will be a link to that in the description, so do have a look. I felt like the name was very fitting, and it's actually a very useful thing to have. So please do check that out, and big thank you to NordVPN for the sponsorship. There is actually rather a lot of evidence of the relationship between the Romans and the tribes living in Denmark, archaeological and otherwise, and also of the impact that contact with the Romans had on these peoples, and how that in some way led to the start of the Viking Age. Now, actually at a site on the island of Fyn, a site called Hoby, actually there was found a silver set, a silver banquet set. And what's special about that is that it was clearly a Roman design, and it's actually the only complete silver banqueting set that has ever been found from the Roman period outside of Italy. It's interesting as well because it was a Roman commander's prized possession. These were expensive sets to have, made of very nice silver and with lots of designs on them. And one of the designs, unfortunately, I've not got a copyright-free image, but you're welcome to go and Google the Hoby. In fact, I'll put it in the description. Is of a Celtic defeated warlord giving vassalage homage to a Roman leader. So there is an interesting implied message there saying to the Danes, you could be a part of this system, but clearly the Romans are the ones wearing the pants, or should I say, the toga. Moving aside from that very bad pun, we also need to look at the changes that are happening in Scandinavian society from the Nordic Bronze Age, which was around from 1700 BC around to about 500 BC, when we switch into a period that's known as the Nordic Iron Age. The key difference being the key metal that was prized at the time. Now, the Nordic Iron Age itself is also split into several parts. To begin with, from around 500 BC, we have the pre-Roman Iron Age, before the Roman contact started to get into Denmark in any significant way. Following that, we have the Roman Iron Age, which continued to around about 300 AD, and following that time, around 300 AD, it continues into the Vendel era, which goes on until the Viking Age at the very end. So you can sort of see the time scale of what came before the Vikings in Denmark and large parts of Scandinavia. And now I want to talk a little bit about the cultural and societal impact that various external, so like the Romans for example, but also some internal factors had on the population. First of all is that during the Nordic Bronze Age, people lived in clan groups where communal ownership was the name of the game. However, when the Nordic Iron Age came along, a new set of elites seemed to have taken over, and this has led to the clan system fracturing and it becoming a familial system instead with individual ownership. Now, an important part of this distinction is that cattle in the Bronze Age had been kept communally by the clan, all in pasture together. But now cattle, because of the individual ownership, were owned by individual families, and so they were being kept separate and being kept indoors in barns, because now it was an issue if your cattle got mixed up with your neighbours, then you didn't know whose was who, whereas before this hadn't been an issue. Now of course when you keep cattle inside, they poo, and so you get manure, but of course manure can be used to fertilise the fields, which means that fields recover quicker and are more fertile, so it means that this leads to better harvests, as well as being able to keep the cattle out in the same fields for much longer, which in turn led to population increase. And with population increase, this starts to drive towards societal change, and this certainly happens in the case that before people had been on fairly level pegging field, whereas now you start to get some families that were becoming wealthier and some who were poorer. This power differential meant that the richer farmers, the poorer farmers would become indebted to the richer farmers, and so the richer farmers would employ the poorer farmers as their warriors, as their retainers, and so the society became more violent, especially with individual ownership, meaning that cattle raiding and things like this started to take off in a much larger way than it had done during the Nordic Bronze Age. But what's interesting is that the people supplying these various, or what would become kingdoms or sub-kingdoms at this time, were the Romans. And actually we know this because of bog deposits. There are over 25 such bog deposits in Denmark alone, which are full of Roman weapons, and so that was part of the Roman side of the agreement for these Danes keeping those Germanic tribes at bay along the Limes, along the frontier, was this exchange in weapons, and we find this back in Iron Age Denmark, which is very interesting. As well, even the religion at the time was very much influenced by the Romans, who had real pantheon of gods, of figures with names and attestations, whereas before, during the Bronze Age, it had been more like nature worship, where you would worship, say, the idea of the sun or the moon, things like this. At this time, they started to transition over to a real pantheon of gods, again inspired largely by the Romans, and this is when you get names like Thunor in Old English, Thor in Old Norse, or Thunr in Old Frisian, all of these names actually being the same word as thunder in the various languages. But of course today we know Thor in English, which is actually borrowed from Old Norse, as you will see, as the name of the god, but the name actually derives from the same word as for the thing, so you can see how it was connected. But around about this time, these developments start to take place. As well, we have that the Romans were hiring these Danes and possibly some Norwegians too. Of course, these were not countries at the time, but speaking from a modern perspective, as their auxilia to go and fight in the Roman army, and then they would return home with knowledge of Roman military tactics. Now, of course, they would return as well with the knowledge of writing, which was incredibly important and very central to the idea of Roman power and authority. And it's not a coincidence that it's around the 2nd century when we think that runes, these Germanic letters that the Germanic tribes were developing, were starting.
Ej, neradi, oj.
Esat Bey, saatler olsun.
Sağ ol abi.
Arkadaşlar hoş geldiniz. Yeni bir video çekeceğiz şimdi. Abi bir dakika dönsene bir dakika. Arkadaşlar merhaba. Salon Şahin Değişimde Galerisi'ne hoş geldiniz. Bu video sizlere özel olacak. Umarım beğenirsiniz. Kanala abone olmayı, like atmayı unutmayınız. Hadi başlayalım.
Wow. He's just walking. Oh my god, it's stuck. Look, it's stuck. Sorry, guys. Oh my god, it's stuck. Why do you have to complicate everything? I should have just moved it somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Take that.
Rahatlamanın adresi Salon Şahin.
Oh my god. What happened to the tree? Oh my god. Wait. Ay, kaluoy sa mga tao. Okay. Can we get more buses? There's too many people, guys. Oh my god. Come on. Yeah. They're just flying. People are flying. Look. They don't wanna. Where are they going, though? Where the hell are they going? And they're being led by a dog. Oh my god, what's happening? Let me zoom it out. Okay, the dog stop. They're just disappearing. Okay. What the hell are they doing there? Are they supposed to take the monorail though? What's that? Yeah, I had to delete this. Oh! Missing their lives. Oh! Oh my god, that train. Oh. Go in. There's just no enough monorail. This is a growing city. Doesn't look that much, but there's a lot of people in here. Okay. I don't see any people walking, so they must be in the monorail right now. What the hell happened there? What are they doing? Oh, high schools. Hmm. Okay. I need to save this, and I need to restore a bit. Oh, it's almost 10. I didn't notice. Oh my god. Need to do something. I'm gonna see you later, guys.